Just give me an audible when we're actually live. Thanks. Okay, we're good? Great. Thank you. Okay, good morning. I'm the Executive Director of the Public Design Commission, and welcome. If you are joining us via Zoom and would like to testify, please sign up through the Google Form link on the agenda, as well as shown on our screen here. I will hand it over to Commissioner Deborah Martin.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Martin, and I'm Chair of the Public Design Commission. Welcome to the Public Design Commission meeting. Today's meeting is being held in person at City Hall. Members of the public can attend and give testimony either in person or remotely. The public meeting is now commencing with the consent agenda and items number 28776 to 28799. Please note, Commissioner Casilla is recused from item 28788. Are there any other recusals to note? Okay, let the record show there are no other recusals to note. And now call for the vote. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote for the consent agenda. Isabel Casilla? Approval. Bill Heinzen?
Approved.
Karen Keel?
Approval.
Harry Maloney?
Approval.
Manuel Miranda?
Approval.
Meryl Tisch, who is voting remotely due to caregiving. Meryl?
Approval.
Jimmy Van Bramer?
Approval.
I also approve all, so let the record show all are in favor and the consent agenda is approved. Okay, we'll now continue with the public hearing portion of this meeting. Please note item 28800 is withdrawn and will not be presented today. So today's first item is 28801. The preliminary review of the reconstruction of the Clove Road entrance, including the construction of a ticket kiosk and animal shelters at the Staten Island Zoo. Per standard procedure, the applicants will give their presentation, then public testimony will be heard, and then the commission will ask questions, deliberate, and vote. We will hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. And applicants, you can now proceed to the front and begin your presentation.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for having us. We have two presentations. The first one that we sent you, and then we sent a follow-up with our responses to your questions. So I think this is the first one, but I don't know whether the second one is there because
The second one was in a Dropbox because we can't readjust the agenda after our release, but they've seen it. Commissioners has.
Oh,
seen it.
okay, because so I will maybe explain what is in the second one when we get to the slides. So I'm Mimi Huang. I'm here with N Architects, Amanda. We are also joined by DDC, Parks, and most importantly, our end users, the zoo. So here you see the zoo and where our project scope is, which is basically Clove Road. Across from Clove Road is the parking lot, which is not in our scope. So these are the existing views arriving from the parking lot, crossing over into the soon-to-be new entrance. And two views, one at the beginning of our loop and one at the end. This road is sometimes service for the zoo a few times a year, and that is the continuation of that service road. And this just gives you a sense of the lovely site and the theme of the new exhibits, which is temperate forest. More shots. This is from the new path looking back at Clove Road, which is a wooded area, which we are leaving alone because we loved the buffer of that greenery and we wanted to leave as much of that as possible. So here you can see that parking lot and its relationship to the new entrance. That is the historic entrance on Broadway. I think less than a quarter of the visitors actually enter through there. This is the existing plan to give you a sense of some of the structures that will be demolished and where the existing path is now. We are more or less following that path, but we're making it more ADA compliant. So it kind of snakes around a little bit more. And here you see the existing trees. The critical root zone is the paler color, and the structural root zone is the blue color. We are not putting anything in the structural root zone. And in the critical root zone, we are being very careful with the amount of footings that we are putting in. So this is the new plan. And as you can see, you enter in through Clove Road. This is the kind of the whole entrance sequence that you had a question about. That is an existing tree. It's lovely. We're trying to save it. And so we've been communicating with parks back and forth, how big that tree pit needs to be. All the rest you can see, you know, it's mainly the existing path with more length so that it is ADA compliant. And what you also see are the 4 animals that we are designing exhibits for. 2 of them have shelter buildings. It's very simple, the porcupine and the red panda. And then you can see how we're leaving that existing woodland as a buffer. The new lights are basically the old ones. We're just reusing the old park standards and adding a code compliant light for the flagpole, but it's basically the old parks standard for the lights. This is a zoom in of that plaza entrance. And so we heard your comments about why are we splitting it into 2, etc. One reason is that this is the current service, sometimes service route for the zoo. It is not an everyday thing. It's a few times a year thing to bring in trucks with hay, and they would like to keep that still operational. We took a look at these steps, and we realized that we don't need those steps anymore, so we've adjusted it. The old views that you saw, this gate, they were both sliding into the middle, and so in the open position, it was quite heavy. And so we took a look again, and we now can slide this gate over in this direction, and so only this one needs to back up into that tree pit. And hopefully that's a little bit lighter in feeling, a little less heavy. But it is how the zoo would like flow to work, where this is the main pedestrian entrance into the ticket kiosk. This is meant to be for the egress. So the exhibit kind of works in a counterclockwise. This is one of the many documents that we've worked with parks through. It shows you the disturbance and why we can't really shift this plaza very much. On this side, right here, that is a vault that we cannot move. It's Con Ed. And on this side, as you can see, if we shift it over, we would be in that structural root zone. So we are a bit pinned. The entrance on this side is a little over 12 feet, and the one on this one on the right side is a little over 24 feet. And again, we've eliminated those steps. So hopefully it'll feel like just very fluid moving around that tree pit. And here's that zoom in. The 12-foot, the 24-foot. This is part of the disturbance, but parks acknowledged that we were doing everything that we could because there are school groups in, potentially 1 or 2 bus loads. So we need plaza space to absorb the kids. And this is the reason why we can't really shift left or right. We're a bit pinned on the left by this vault, and on the right with these structural root zones. Those trees are healthy and we want to save it. So this is the egress in and out, as I mentioned. And this is, oh, it is here, sorry. This is the gate that we figured we could slide it over here because it's a cantilever gate, so it won't be as congested in the middle. And so here, this is from the parking lot, looking towards the new entrance. In this view, you see the stairs, but we don't need them. There will be a new digital sign. The zoo would like to stop putting banners up every time they need to advertise something. So it's a digital sign. And then this is more of a fixed logo sign. So this is the entrance in. This is the gentle one, the 24-foot wide one. You can see the ticket kiosk. And this is on the other side, the 12-foot wide one to the left of the tree. And again, from the crosswalk. There were questions about shifting the crosswalk. It is not in our project scope. The funding didn't allow for us to touch the sidewalk, so we are not, it's not in our scope. This is the fence. We call it Animals in the Forest. Just playing, we're going to revise the animals, so they're all animals from the zoo, but this bottom datum is an AZA requirement, American Zoo Association. We have to put this mesh that is a 3x3 metal mesh so that certain animals can't get in as well as out. But you know, the animals and the feeling of the zoo starts at the fence. So there will be these animal cutouts, just some details of how we plan to deal with the grade and a detail of that logo signage. Plans for the kiosk, which is basically for 1 or 2 people taking tickets. It's quite small. These are the elevations. I can go slower, but I have a sense that you've seen this. And then the front elevation, this is the main ticket window with signage for visitors. The section through it, we're taking the parapet up to hide the HVAC equipment. And then these are the very simple buildings. These are all dictated by the AZA in terms of what is needed for these animals. This is the porcupine shelter. It's not conditioned. Small building, it's stucco, which is also a requirement by the AZA. Fun things like little guillotine doors that we've never drawn before, but now we have for the animals. And then this is for the panda. This is actually a conditioned building. Again, it's AZA code requirement. The zoo is planning to mate, so there's a side yard for the panda mate and different height window for the pandas to climb out of. And so now you're in past the gates looking at the kiosk. This is the first exhibit that you see. All of this is designed by our animal exhibit designer, and it's all AZA. So again, these are stainless steel wire mesh. It's either 2x2 or 3x3 is the requirement. We're using as many native shrubs as possible to minimize the appearance of all the rails because there's this exclusion barrier and then there's this required fence on the outside. And then this is at the end of our scope, looking back, showing you some of the interactives that are brought for the very kid-friendly focus zoo. So this is the eagle's nest. This is the wingspan. And these are the plans of some of these things. The eagle's nest is here, the wingspan here. The bigger one is this tree crawl through. Some of the signage announcing the theme, the temperate forest theme. This is the animal exhibit specific signage. 3D models of that fake tree walkthrough, inside of which we'll have little insects. This is the log crawl through. This is for the kids and those who have good knees. This is not ADA compliant. The wingspan, give you a sense of that. You can compare your wing with span with different birds. All of this, this is actually concrete. Is going to be concrete that is it's very much a kind of artistic process, the way that they do these fake exhibits. And then this is the plan of the porcupine. Inside will be deadfall that we will take from the trees that Parks is allowing us to remove. So those trees will be used as the deadfall inside both of these exhibits. All of them have a little bit of deadfall, different heights depending on the species. And then this is our planting list. Forgive me if I don't say that much, because I don't think you have questions. This is the material palette for the architectural. This is, we were thinking tree logs, tree branches. This is the cladding on the kiosk. This is the web net for all of the animal exhibits. This is the paving, which is Park Standard and PDC approved for that new path. It's all that paving, and in places, back of house places, it's asphalt. That's a zoom in of that. This gives you a sense, this is the 3x3 wire mesh that we have to have up to the 42-inch datum everywhere by code. And then some of the roofs and the caging inside for the animal shelters. And that's the concept, but I won't get into that. So let me know which slide you'd like to look at.
Actually, I would like to ask if we have public testimony first before we get into discussion. Jenna, do we have anyone signed up for remote testimony?
Hi, I see no one, excuse me, I see no one signed up for remote testimony. Is anyone here within the Zoom here to testify on this project? If so, please use the raise hand feature. Thank you. I see no one here for remote testimony. Thanks.
Are there any additional members seeking to testify in person? Seeing nobody here, I think we can proceed to our discussion.
Hi, Mimi. Thank you for the presentation and thank you for bringing to us such a great and fun project. It's great to see how you have, done a very simple architectural style to really enliven the entry and the exhibits. So it's very exciting overall. I think my main questions and concerns have been around the entry sequence. So if we can go back to the diagram that has the critical root zone in red. I think, first of all, I appreciate that you're clarifying the different kind of sequences. Yeah, this one's perfect. And what the zoo requires in terms of maintenance and operations and how you are modifying the primary entry to be ADA accessible, how children get dropped off, all of that is super helpful for us to understand. I think the main concern here has been that by not being able to revisit that crosswalk, a lot of people coming in from the parking lot are basically arriving at what seems to be a bit of a pinch point between the ADA ramp and what's left of the sidewalk before the planter begins. And I've always wondered if there's a way to think of the geometry of the planter and adjust it slightly, pull it back from the sidewalk just ever so slightly to create a little bit more room for that landing. Now, I know you have critical root zone on both sides. And you mentioned that the one in the plaza, you're wanting to keep that as open as possible for children to gather. But I'm just wondering if there's a bit of a happy medium, because there's also a critical root zone against the sidewalk where that planter can pull back just to create a little bit more buffer, and then the planter grow ever so slightly within the plaza area to overcompensate that and have the same amount of square footage of open planter, just give the sidewalk a little bit more room.
Mm-hmm. That is not going to be my call, but that's going to be a negotiation with Parks, and we can definitely do that. We neglected to provide this dimension. So I don't know exactly what that is, but this is the edge of the sidewalk. And to my eye, this looks like it's at least 10 feet, 11 feet, because this is 12.2. And this part of the planter is low. It's just the metal edge. It might be flush at that point because there's a metal edge here, but here I think we imagine it to be flush. So Nancy, would you like to?
I'm sure we can take a little bit from the front and unless there's tree roots right to the side. like there's room to. Think with that, talking to DOT about moving the crosswalk. No, it's a long process.
Or the ADA ramp. I mean, it seems like the crosswalk is wider than the ADA ramp, if I'm reading this drawing correctly. It just all creates a bit of a pinch point right there. So a couple of moves, shifting the planter slightly, maybe revisiting the location of the ramp.
Here's the crosswalk.
That seems to be, yeah.
This is red,
This is crosswalk
so you're talking.
and
about cutting here.
you're talking about cutting here and,
Opening up.
Exactly. Having a more kind of,
yeah,
more soft arrival that really drives visitors to the entry as opposed to coming in head on to the planter.
Are you suggesting that?
Are you suggesting that the form of it change as well so that it's not, because you have those little sort of pinch points where the circle meets
Mhm.
the sidewalk?
Yeah.
So would you suggest that that then comes in it, so it becomes almost like a, yeah,
Yeah, just soften it a little bit, kind of like what you're doing on the right side and pull it back from the edge of the sidewalk if possible. If it is able to accommodate the root zones, just to have a little bit more of a generous arrival moment, as opposed to arriving dead on to the planter and then having to make a right-hand turn.
Reiterate what you said.
Okay.
Because
All right.
People didn't hear you before.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thanks for turning it on.
So I think you're talking about doing something here,
Mhm.
more pavement here. And then cutting some of the pavement over here.
Yeah, to
I'm
balance
sorry.
it out.
Yes, yeah.
okay. Can definitely say it again.
and then can you just describe maybe it's on, the fencing? Because in some of the renderings, it seems like there's a high fence all around it, so I'm just now understanding that at the place where you enter, you're saying it's flush with the ground?
Yeah. This is the fence
No, around
and
this.
then, but this,
That's
and
a
the
low
fence
meadow.
closes here. So we don't need a high
Ah,
fence here.
oh,
So
oh,
let
okay.
me just,
That was what I see, because there it looks like the fence goes all the
This
way
is-
around.
that's just the straight
Across.
part
Okay,
across, right?
See.
So that is here.
I see.
And that's probably, 12. That's 12, right? Back from that, and that's probably 10. So, that's what I mean. This is,
And
we're
that's
still
because the
working this
gate's
out.
living there?
Sorry,
That's because the gate's living there, or what's the need for that?
for
Yeah, that-
this line,
Yeah,
yeah, because, to close the plaza off.
right, okay.
Yeah, and to close it off, so, for security and et cetera.
Did you ever explore whether there was a way for that part of the fencing to live in the outer? So so you don't approach a fence, or logistically, it couldn't be done?
When it slides open, this one slides that way,
Right,
right? And this one slides this way.
right. What I was wondering is if they could live on the sides. I was just curious. I hadn't thought of that before.
Could the main entry one slide to the right?
Yeah.
This one,
Mhm.
no, this is topo.
Mm.
If we'd have to slice through
That's
and
what I was
create a
asking.
huge disturbance to those root zones.
Mhm.
We're super pinned in, because of the lovely trees, but it is more flat here. We looked at it. It would have been very nicer.
Yeah,
But this is steeper.
okay.
And this one is the 24-foot one, but these gates, there's another third beyond the 24 that is
right,
part of the cantilever. So it's actually a really, really big gate, and it was slicing too much into into that root zone. And then, but there is also a kind of fixed portion of that gate that needs to be there when it's, open or closed. So that's why. But yeah, that's that tall fence. It stops at the line of the gate. So it stops right there.
Mm,
And that's the where it closes. So that's why I'm saying that that's that crosswalk that we've been looking at, right? So it is definitely tighter there, but you're not right up against that fence at that
Right,
line.
right. That's clear now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's
Thank
still
you.
a tight approach,
Right,
and then you
right.
have the pedestrian signal. There's just a lot of all this other streetscape elements that
Yeah.
make turning to the right cumbersome.
Yeah.
Is there an intention that you said something earlier, and I just want to make sure we're clear on that. The circulation is intended entry on both sides, right? It's not, okay,
Yeah. It's only, I'm doing your best to channel you guys, because I've heard it so often, but please chime in, Mark or Ken. But, it's, this is only a few times a year. So in general, people are allowed to come in either side.
Hi, I'm Mark Lamberti. I'm the Director of Facilities for the Staten Island Zoo. Just presently, we have that one entrance that actually serves as the pedestrian and service entrance. What Mimi was saying is that the service entrance, not all the time, it's periodically. We do tree pruning, hay deliveries, food deliveries. Any large truck on site that's our only entrance that we can go. Our intent for this project is not to have a service entrance. So we really want to actually have an entrance for service, but not specifically a service entrance. So we came up with this, is that while we're using it for service, we can actually operational at the zoo is kind of close that off and still have the visitors enter and exit the zoo without any obstructions or safety reasons as well. Just to clarify what Mimi was saying with the fencing, we are an AZA accredited institution, which is American Zoological Association. We also have a permit. We have to abide by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And some of those requirements are perimeter fence, 8 feet high around the entire zoo, and for the entrance as well. So if an animal gets out, we need to actually respond to that. And that's why we need quick access to close gates or anything else. Thank you.
can you show where, when you are using that for food delivery or what have you?
Sure.
Where it would go, and that would happen in your mind also while the zoo was open?
Yeah, so while the zoo was open, if we needed a truck to get delivery to access through our
would go-
main site, it would go straight through. And while that's happening, the intent was actually we could still use this.
Got it, okay.
Or if it exiting. And that's why we have these both as well. So our intent now is to use this as either an entrance and an exit, or if had to be, we can close this off and use this as entry. And exit.
Got it, okay.
And we wanted a plaza for the congregation
Right.
of school groups. And just to give you an operational, what we plan too is that, why we wanted the plaza is now operational wise, when the school groups congregate, they congregate here until we open up the gate. So we actually wanted to actually congregate here before the zoo opens.
Makes sense, yeah. So if that left side is the side where you would close it off for service, is the indentation in that lovely little ticket building that you designed, is there a reason why it's shaping the side, is facing the side? Am I reading this wrong, that it's facing the side that would be
It's-
closed off?
To us, it's facing the sidewalk. It's perpendicular. It's just simply, perpendicular to the sidewalk. It's also, we tested it in our views. What do you see more from the crosswalk? Whether it's pivoted that way or that way, and we decided that it's best pivoted that way.
Majority of the time, the visitors are actually going to walk
Yeah,
this way.
because what I was wondering is if you have it closed off for service, if folks are entering on that right side, they would need to kind of turn to buy tickets and then go back. But from what you're saying, I'm understanding that you don't consider that primary entry to be the one on the right, even though
Correct.
the other side is the service.
Correct.
Okay.
I had a couple of comments around the signage. If we could look at the dimensional sign at the entrance. Just one thing about this is that, I think it's really fun to dimensionalize this logo, but I just consider the color. Sometimes black when it's floating tends to disappear in the background. So, maybe green, or I see yellow on the
It's
t-shirt.
not the right color.
Yeah, okay.
Definitely not. We haven't actually shown you the options. So we just went with what we discussed last, but yes, as soon as we put it on the fence, we realized you can't see it. So we'll work on that.
Great.
Previously, it was up on the kiosk and we recently moved it.
I think it's a good location there.
Yeah.
And I think it'll be really fun with more color too.
Yeah, it needs to pop.
Yeah. And I like the silhouettes too, I think are really fun, kind of giving you a preview of what's inside of the zoo, in a more pictorial way. And I just had a question about the exhibition signage for the exhibit. I know this is only some of the animals that are in the silhouette, but it seems like a good opportunity to potentially continue that language onto these signs. I don't know if this is a specifically branded exhibition.
Those animals onto the fence?
I think to continue the
Yeah.
language somehow,
Oh, yeah.
the exhibition, that could be something nice to do. And, I just feel like it looks like it's a separate or visiting exhibition within like the overall, kind of institution of the zoo. So, you might consider, continuing the language of like the logo potentially, or that silhouette language into, what this signage is as well.
Mm. I like that a lot. Yeah, we started with the animal cracker box, so we haven't adjusted, but that was where we started. Yeah.
So I just, before you all came in, we were talking about who among us has been to the Staten Island Zoo, and I have, and it's a terrific institution, and Kenny Mitchell does a great job running it, and I really appreciate you saving the tree at the front and all the work that you're doing there. I think this is a really fun project. I've been here a year and a half. I don't think we've ever approved a panda mating room. And
Never designed one either.
we'll all go through this journey together. But it's really exciting to see the $13 million investment in the zoo and all that you're doing here. And I obviously Isabel to my left is incredible with her comments on the front, but I understand why you need the fence there, and the ways in which Staten Islanders and hopefully folks from the other 4 boroughs as well access the zoo. But it's just a great project. So congratulations to everyone.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions, commissioners, before we take a vote? Okay, so I'll summarize by saying that we all agreed when we reviewed this project that we think the design is an elegant and kind of lighthearted and fitting, humor-filled for the zoo. And especially, I think what you have done with the silhouettes on the fence using the AZA guidelines is really an elegant way to be playful while still accommodating what it was probably a significant constraint. So really lovely. I think echoing everything Jimmy said. So, and also working to save the tree. Just a couple of things to explore. And I'm just going to summarize what my fellow commissioners have said. To explore pushing back the landing, just to make a little space. And obviously we understand that there are constraints, DOT constraints, and also you would have to accommodate the desires of parks and the part and the zoo management, but look at it.
Sure.
And then also to continue, explore continuing the branding language onto the animal signage.
Yeah.
To bring those, the kind of narrative together.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that's really the things to explore. And with that, I will call the vote. When I call your name, please state your vote. Isabel Casilla.
Approved.
Bill Heinzen.
Approve.
Karen Keel.
Approved.
Carrie Maloney.
Approve.
Manuel Miranda.
Approve.
Merrill Tish, who's voting remotely due to caregiving. Merrill.
Approved.
Jimmy Van Bramer.
Approved.
I also approve. So let the record show that all voted to approve and the project is approved.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Am I allowed to ask, what are you comfortable with, that dimension? Am I allowed to ask? Yeah.
If you could expand on 5 feet, would be nice.
Yeah, we'll have a forester look at it. I think it's like 3 or 4 feet. Maybe 3 or 4 feet on the.
Yeah.
Yes, curve.
Yeah, yeah. I think 3 or 4 feet sounds better because we've done diagrams looking at 2 busloads of kids in that front plaza. So, you know, I don't want to pinch that either, but it's good to hear like concrete dimensions. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. The next public hearing item is 28802, the preliminary review of the reconstruction of the Brooklyn Detention Complex at 275 Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn. Per standard procedure, The applicants will give their presentation, then public testimony will be heard. And then the commission will ask questions, deliberate, and vote. We will hear in-person testimony first, followed by testimony from remote participants. We can now proceed with the presentation. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alex Maldonado, and I represent the Department of Correction. We're here today to talk about the borough-based jail program, specifically the Brooklyn jails. And just as a brief overview, the BBJs were designed, right, to create a smaller, safer, fairer system of jails within New York City. There's four jails being built within Brooklyn, Manhattan, Bronx, and Queens. The focus is on programming, reentry, creating a normative environment for the incarcerated individuals as well as our staff. So we have also enhanced staffing spaces, wellness spaces throughout the design of the facilities. Again, the idea is to create humane facilities that have a focus on wellness and health, safer facilities through state-of-the-art technology, better sight lines, things of that nature, making sure that it's accessible to staff, people in custody, as well as loved ones who are visiting the jails. And again, that increase in focus on programming for our incarcerated individuals. I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Margulies from DDC.
Good morning, Jeff Margolis, DDC. So I wanted to specifically talk about some of the engagement we've had to date and what we'll continue to do throughout the facility constructions. So this diagram here demonstrates the different stakeholders we've been engaging with. We have the community stakeholders, which include some of the local folks, the council member, the community boards. We have our city and state partners on the right, which is a series of acronyms, which includes PDC, of course, DOB, SCO, CDCLA, MOCJ, and DCP. And then our operations and services partners, Alex from the Department of Correction, Correctional Health Services, and different service providers that'll be working within the facilities. This timeline represents where we are to date on the Brooklyn facility, on the design engagement for the facility. So we are here in that purplish line at preliminary design. So to date, we've had 4 design meetings in person with online feedback sessions following each design meeting. We've also had 2 community board presentations, and we will have a wrap-up design presentation for the Brooklyn facility in the near future, as well as another meeting with the community board. And we will continue to work with the community as the construction continues, of course. And here are the 4 areas where we're gaining public feedback on the design of the Brooklyn facility and the other facilities: the public realm, architecture, interior public space, and interior space. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Ken Drucker from HOK.
Thank you. So I'm going to very quickly state that our design mission and our design philosophy is embedded in everything that we're doing in terms of creating a civic building, a building that will last up to 100 years or more. I want to introduce Peter Succolo, our client from Tutor Perini. This is a design build project, and Autumn is our landscape architect. Jeff is the head of our global justice group at HOK, and Amin is going to focus on refining the design. So I'm going to give the lion's share of this presentation over to Amin, but I want to also just simply state that this is the refinement of what we've presented to you before. We've been meeting weekly with the DOC, several times a month with the State Department of Corrections, and multiple times a week with DDC. So this is an immersive process for us, just sticking to a very, very tight schedule. And we're really proud that we think we've advanced the design, we've refined it, and we've made it better every step of the way since the last time we presented it to you. As you know, this is an incredibly important site, bridging between multiple neighborhoods. And we see this as basically the southern boundary of the civic corridor that can be seen from quite a distance from Borough Hill. This becomes the fulcrum at Atlantic, Borum, Smith, and State. And it's a very, very visible site for us. So for us as HOK and the design team and Tutor Perini, we're very excited to show you the refinement. The site obviously is, the focus is on the community space facing Atlantic Avenue, a new public plaza, which is the major destination at the southern end of the civic corridor of Borum Hill. Most of the service is on State Street. Back of house is off of State Street and Smith Street. And in the appendix, you saw hopefully a lot of the interior design. That won't be the subject of this presentation of the lobby spaces and all the other spaces that we put into the appendix. Amin?
Good morning. I'm Aman Krishan with HOK. I'm an architect, and I'll walk you through the architecture design as we've progressed, as Jeff and I are going to go back and forth a little bit in here. So fundamentally, the design of the project is informed by creating a normative environment. It's grounded in the ideas of dignity and respect. It's something that we never, ever lose sight of every day as we developed every aspect of this project. The notion of creating that normative environment, bringing daylight deep into the floor plates, creating a healing environment was the basis of the design. Therefore, sculpting the massing to carve the form out to allow daylight to penetrate deep into the massing is fundamental to how we progress the design. And of course, as we sculpt that mass and we carve that out, it breaks the scale of the building down, helps us to step the building down towards the east as well. And respond more contextually to its context. Jeff.
So as Alex mentioned before, and Jeff Goodell with HOK, Justice Leader, as Alex mentioned before, this is a departure from how it was business as usual at Rikers. So there's a lot of other elements in this facility. The community space you see at the bottom, at the first level, the lobby, which is really a very civic public lobby. Then there's 3 levels of support space, and then we get into housing. All the housing includes programs, all the other things that we've talked about. And at the very top of the building, we have intensive programs for people that in custody that live here, and then mechanical at the top. So there's a lot going on in this building. As we go through the plans, what I would say, I might tell everybody, we have 20 stories, only 2 of them are the same. Every other floor is a little bit different. But again, the first level includes community space, I guess at level two, and then staff support. I mentioned before, Alex said, again, support for staff, wellness, and so forth. On the 4th level, we have visiting. So we have elevators directly from the lobby for visiting, and then we have more staff on that, also on that 4th floor. And then these are typical diagrams of the housing. What's important is that every cell is on an outside wall. Every cell has a window to the outside, and then we use other opportunities with outdoor rec and those types of areas to bring in more daylight into the day room. So given the very dense program we have, we've taken a lot of effort to get as much daylight penetrating the building as possible. And even the cuts that you see on the plan brings daylight into that center core. So again, everybody that's in every stakeholder, whether it's staff, whether it's people that live there, visitors, volunteers, have access to daylight. And this is a diagram of that. Now, what you see here is the actual space as it is, as it's read in the photometric. And every cell has actually got plentiful daylight. All those rec spaces that you see in the center portion, I'll point to them. At these 4 points also bring in daylight into the day rooms. The day rooms themselves, because of the photometric calculation, doesn't show as much daylight, but in fact, there's a tremendous amount of borrowed light through those outdoor recs. And also, again, as I mentioned, we have the cuts that also bring more daylight into the core.
It's also worth saying that this is an annual average daylight, so daylight will penetrate deeper than this. This means on an entire annualized average, you get 150 lux in all of those little spaces. So you will actually get more on a day to, different seasons, different days, different times of the day.
At the top, I mentioned before the intensive program area on the 14th floor. That includes a gymnasium, as it was relabeled indoor recreation. We have horticulture on that level. Plus, we have chapel, mosque, other classrooms on that level as well. And then on the roof, again, we are incorporating solar panels and green roof. And in fact, we're very dedicated to providing beyond the minimum of these areas. And this is a picture of the current horticulture that is open to the outside. It certainly, of course, it has security apparatus, but it also is open, daylight, rain, so forth, are accessed here. There's outdoor horticulture where classes take place, and then a greenhouse that's actually going to have instructional space, both attached to each other at the top.
Thank you. And I'm going to walk you through the design development as from the previous time we were here to present the concept design for you. So what you're looking at is the south elevation, the elevation facing Atlantic. That's the elevation we had shared with you in concept. And as we go into design development, this is where we are. Now, I know the graphics of the elevation are slightly different, but that's because we're getting more technical. We're getting our elevations out of a different technical software. But predominantly, we have maintained the design to a great degree. We're essentially continuing to coordinate and develop this through engineering and detailing of how this comes together. The minor changes that have been made are highlighted in red here. So in the first instance, we have relocated horticulture into the central carve-out. The main reason for that is that facade is designed to maximize outdoor quality for horticulture. So maximize amount of fresh air coming in, maximizes amount of daylight coming in. So that was the reason for locating it into the center of the building. Moving down, we revised the profile of the canopy, just the fascia, the edge face of the profile, and we'll look at that in a couple of renderings. We defined the entrances to both the main facility by creating a frame around it and the entrances to the community space by putting a frame around it to clarify wayfinding in there. And then very, very importantly, and you'll see this in the rendering, we've incorporated greater detail at the base of the building. So as people are walking along the building, the street, we bring this, the idea of detail and human experience down to eye level and to human experience. Again, so this was the elevation you looked at in concept design, the west elevation, this is facing Borum Place. And then the updates in here are essentially, we've expressed the rec yards that are located here. There is actually some mechanical space in here, but we've sort of made a figure out of that so it all holistically comes together. Once we place the rec yards in this location, we expanded that central reveal. We've made it wider. We've made it deeper. And the reason for that is that we're able to then fold these rec yards over and make them two-sided to bring in more fresh air and daylight. So zoning has a requirement for a certain amount of width, certain amount of depth that is required to be able to allow that dual aspect. And that was the reason for the change of the central reveal. And obviously, once we do that, we had incorporated that reveal in the first instance to break the scale of the massing down as it faces Borum. When we make it wider, we make it deeper, that idea is enhanced, it's further augmented. We then also replaced the material of what was in that. We used to have opaque spandrel glass. There is in plan behind it is an egress stair. An exit stair, which is, it's closed off. There's no daylight coming in through that space. So it used to be an opaque glass. We've swapped it out for a metal to, again, to amplify that sense of breaking the scale of the building down to separate this mass of the building from that mass of the building and to bring them apart a little bit. And I think as we go down the building, these are the same details I talked about, the canopy fascia, the main entrance, and the base detail. Moving along on the north elevation, this is what you saw in concept design, very much the same. As we develop the design through engineering, obviously we have mechanical systems that need to breathe. So there's a mechanical louvers that found their room in here. We've been very careful to sort of pull them away from the street and to provide them within the part of the building that's the furthest away from the street in here. Again, incorporating that base detail that we'll see better in the renderings, going around the building to the Smith Street side, the east side elevation and concept. The changes in here is we used to have rec yards at the upper part of the building. Now they have been expressed at the top of the building. Again, bringing that facade that is specifically designed for outdoor spaces onto the east side as well, again, to maximize that whole notion of outdoor space for the users. The other aspect also on Smith Street, separate from Borum. Borum is a very wide street, has a very civic nature to it. Smith is a smaller, narrow street. It has a residential character to it, at least for another 2 blocks. I know up here after Sherman on, it becomes a little wider. But for that narrow street, we already have a podium setback and the building sets back. So this sort of creates a third setback in the tower facing that narrow residential side. So how the building faces the civic side versus how it faces the residential neighborhood, we're sort of being contextual about it, but continuing to enhance what our approach already always has been. Again, at the base of the building, we've got some louvers that are incorporated, and of course, we've got to have exit doors, so we're starting to incorporate that into the design as well. We're just going to look at the all of these changes that I just talked about through renderings as well. This is the concept view from the corner of Borum Place and Atlantic Avenue. And here you're seeing that widened reveal in the center, the change of material to highlight the breakdown of the scale of the massing, the organization of the reveal, the rec yards around it. We've also incorporated wood-like material in the soffit of the canopy to make that plaza space more intimate, more human, more warm. View from Borum Place on the north side. And then again, we're looking exactly the same changes there. View right on the other side now on the Smith Street side. We're looking down Smith Street. You've got the criminal court in the foreground of the image here. And then we're looking at that additional setback and additional rec yards that are expressed there. And we're looking at the same changes. We're looking at now Smith Street from Atlantic Avenue from the south side. And we're looking at that change to expressing the rec yard locations. And also, I should also emphasize that as we've developed the design, we have consolidated all the rec yards into the center of the building and pulled them away from the corner where they were close to other adjacent residential buildings for privacy of both people in custody and for surrounding neighbors as well. So looking at the detail of the facade itself, we're going to go through wall type by wall type. We're looking at the predominant wall type that covers, that you see predominantly on the building itself. The idea behind this facade was to express two-story bundles of horizontal detailing. And the scale of that we have borrowed from the courthouse. The courthouse has columns on its main entrance facade on the north side, which expresses that exact same scale. So that scale is translated because we want to be contextual. We want this to be a civic building, and it wanted to talk to its civic neighbors. These columns are also part of Borough Hall, very much part of Borough Hall's identity. The main facade of Borough Hall is the Corinthian columns. So learning from that sense of fluidity of those Corinthian columns, you look at the detail of each of the vertical elements in here. That's where they're learning from. They're learning from the detailing in the horizontal cornices as well. That's the primary notion behind this facade. And then infilling behind it is vision glass and spandrel glass, opaque spandrel glass that hides all the ceiling and mechanical sandwiches. In terms of plan, these are organized so that they are on module for every housing unit. So we're expressing the individual module of the people in custody. So it relates all the way from a human scale, from the interior to the scale of, and the civic scale to the exterior. The window itself, the width of these vertical piers are determined by the location of the window within the housing units. That's what determines it, and that's the rhythm sort of that we carry. As we get to, and we'll talk about the location of the window and the size of the window in a second, in those spaces when we get to the interior views. But I also want to talk about, Jeff showed us some plans where we had spaces other than housing units for people in custody. We have program spaces for people in custody, library, chapels, horticulture, vocational training, their staff and administrative spaces, their medical spaces, and they're all over the building. So when we get to those spaces, those are less private spaces because people are not living in those spaces. They are, in those spaces, we're able to maximize the window between pier to pier. And then, of course, in terms of when we look at the section of that, we start the window at 3 feet. So that's a very comfortable human height of incorporating sill. It's a residential sort of experience of where the sill is. And as we looked at daylight studies for the whole of the plan, but we continue to do that for all the cells, make sure that there is sufficient daylight on all orientations. The piers as they appear, the top is if we didn't have the piers, the bottom is with the piers. There is solar radiation benefit to that. So they allow daylight to come in, but they're preventing heat from coming into the building. So there's a performative aspect. Also, very importantly, they also provide privacy because they are a certain depth in front of the glazing. When viewed obliquely, they block views. So there's a whole host of functions that they are performing, and we track them on all 4 orientations to make sure that the balance between the 3 aspects continues to be maintained, because we don't want to make them super deep on south that they start blocking the light out on the north, right? So that's sort of the trade-off and the balance. Jeff, did you want to talk about the housing unit itself?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so, and what you see here is the individual cells. On the left was an earlier depiction of the cell. It had it had some panels that are not in the cell anymore, and it had a larger window than currently. What you see on the right is the current development of that cell. Now, the cell window in particular is a different size because of actually our interaction with state corrections. When the first one was originally envisioned aspirationally at 18 square feet, state corrections have not been consulted yet because they won't actually start looking at the building until you start designing. But in working with them, a couple of things, also other community groups and other stakeholder groups, we arrived at this 12 square foot window, which is actually 50% larger than code required, and to our knowledge is as big of a cell window as we know of anywhere. But it also satisfied a couple of different things. The state felt that this was a better size from a security standpoint. I think more importantly, there were a lot of issues with that large window being right over the bed and the amount of vision coming in and out of that cell from the outside and also from the inside. So this one now moves away from the bed, and that was really deemed important. That it gives the person in the cell some privacy, but it also takes away a potential nuisance from not being right over the bed, because we got a lot of feedback from the community about the building in the past, a lot of communication from people in custody. And so again, we're working very closely with all the different stakeholders to come up, we think, with the right formula for this. But so that explains that difference.
And then as we look at those windows from the inside, to remove them from being away from the bed, we also studied them from what that looks like from the outside, a day view and a night view, and how the building relates to the exterior design and the facade and how it continues and maintains its relationship. Moving on to the next facade type, which is the recreation yards, which you see in the middle of the building and on the east side and on the west side. Now, this has been designed for maximizing fresh air, daylight, all of that into the space, while allowing for security and for minimizing any cross-viewing, cross-communication across the rec yards themselves. So there are a few elements. The base of the rec yards has these vision louvers that allow free flow of fresh air for the upper part. So the bottom part is going to not do that because it's in front of the slab and the structure. So that's blocking the structure out. But once we clear the structure, they allow fresh air to come in. I think we've got a sample of what that looks like. And then above that, once we get to about the 6 foot, there is architectural mesh, a very light architectural mesh that brings in all of the fresh air and light and maximizes views for people in custody. And then behind the exterior screen is the security perimeter on the inside that prevents any, that will hold form, essentially. The front is a commercial grade curtain wall, which cannot take impact, whereas the security screen will take impact. But they are working together because the security screen, we have minimized the amount, maximized the opening in the security screen so we can bring that daylight in. That daylight diagram that you saw previously, we run it over and over again can I get this to be 80%? Can I get this 82% open? That will, and it's incredible. When you look at the material, it doesn't look like it's going to make an impact. We've done the photometrics, it makes a huge impact. So we open this as much as possible, as much as we can. The bottom part is anti-climb, so it's a little bit tighter. It has to be for security reasons. And then because we open this, the front piece, which is the architectural mesh, these two work together to prevent any contraband transfer. So we're actually making these systems work together to again balance all of the different aspects that we need to. And then the lower part, of course, helps with the cross-viewing component of it. Looking at exactly the same system on the east side, it's very much the same. We're using the same sort of material. We're learning from brownstone, so using a slightly warmer, darker color that starts to imitate bronze. I know you've got some samples in front of you. They're also very interesting when you put them in daylight. They changed their quality quite substantially when you put it into sunlight and becomes quite lighter. On the east side, the only difference from the center is that the horizontal lines are straight, whereas the center was staggered. And that's really how they relate to the facade that's adjacent to them. In the center, that's a carve out that brought the stagger of the lobby up the facade, whereas on the east side, it's a little bit calmer. It's relating to the more consistent facade around it. And then similarly on the west side, exactly the same experience. We've got a vertical member part of that facade, but that's because it is, actually you don't see it in the view, but it will be it's in the appendix. There's a column in that location, so that piers in front of the column that is on the interior. Moving down onto the podium, that's the facade that we see along the community center and the lobby. This maximizes the amount of glazing that we can incorporate, so we activate the street experience. And allow the greatest amount of transparency between the building and its surrounding, because the programs that are housed behind it are public programs. At the base, there is a granite stone base for durability. Above that is that eye-level detail that I had talked about, incorporating that sense as people are walking next to the project, glazed vision glazing with maximized transparency, opaque glass in front of mechanical and structural things, and then the canopy up above. The same sort of horizontal stagger facade, which brings in the sense of residential quality to the building, moves up through the center of the building, right in the middle in here. And it allows for vision windows to be incorporated where we have program space. And then the main facade is adapted to the podium to incorporate a higher hierarchy of these brown vertical members that create a sense of rhythm and hierarchy at the street face. And then we've been looking at material options that we provided with our submission that mimic the context that of brownstones, but most prominently of the civic building that include lighting. We've taken all the materials down to the side. We put them next to, this is actually the courthouse itself. We put it on next to the facade of the courthouse to see how best we can match it to that courthouse. We did it for many buildings. That's the only slide we incorporated. I'm going to just hand it over to Autumn to talk about the landscape.
Thanks, Aman. Okay, we're going to bring it back down to the public realm. As such, the foundation of our streetscape and public realm design is centered around creating a human scale experience around the site. As such, we're utilizing the downtown Brooklyn design standards for creating these soft geometries with our tree plantings and furnishing throughout. Our previous site design introduced these soft geometries around the site, where we were introducing different rooms or pockets of planting that's centered around each of the plaza or entry areas. Our revised design is working with the community, and here we were able to introduce increased planting areas, diversified seating types, as well as increased amenity types, civic amenities around the streetscape. As such, we were gaining a better understanding of our underground utility and infrastructure constraints, so we were very limited in the amount of tree canopy on certain areas of the streetscape. As such, we were maximizing understory planting wherever possible. Our streetscape security design follows the GSA Security Facility Design 3, which is in conjunction to the NYPD Counterterrorism Unit. As such, we are introducing continuous lines of bollards wherever applicable in harmony with the different kind of bench or seating elements. And different seating elements are rated per the facility requirements that focuses on the entries of the building. As such, we were able to kind of create a interface between planting, furnishing, and paving that kind of works with the overall streetscape design approach. As such, the paving design creates this continuous ribbon of paving that connects all the planters around the facility and then opens up into these kind of pockets of paving types that are centered on each of the building entries. Zooming in on Atlantic Avenue and Boren Place, we are looking at our main entry plaza where we introduced a large planter in the center of the plaza. This is to help break down the scale of the plaza. It's about a 50 to 60 foot wide plaza. We wanted to introduce ample seating around the plaza and then utilize the landscape planting around the street edge to help frame the plaza while breaking down the scale of the site. Zooming back out, this is our furnishing plan for the site. We'd like to refer to this as the civic amenity plan, where we're introducing as much seating as possible, again, working with our community constituents and really identifying areas of seating where we want to encourage social interaction as well as interaction where people would like to sit alone. We also introduce a number of trash receptacles, bike racks, bike share stations, et cetera, around the site. Again, tailored to each streetscape design approach based on the hierarchy of each street around the facility. This gives an overall look and feel for the color palette and the materials for our streetscape furnishing. Again, utilizing natural elements, natural hues, natural textures that best speak to the natural geometries of the site, but also complement the warm tones of the facade and the building at the ground level. Zooming back out to the overall street and pedestrian lighting design, we prioritize safety and security for pedestrian experience around the facility, especially along Atlantic Avenue. We're utilizing all of the existing streetscape light poles. Again, it's a collection of different light poles per street. For example, Smith's very different than Borum, Atlantic to State, et cetera. And then also introducing smaller scale pedestrian lighting that's integrated with the benches and smaller light poles that are adjacent to some of the facility entryways. Keep going here. Our street tree plan. Again, for every civic building in New York City, you want to see a abundant amount of trees, robust canopy coverage as much as possible. This is a civic building, so how does this really stand out at the ground floor, especially in the urban context? We're maintaining as many trees as possible along Atlantic, but also introducing additional trees along Borum, State, and Smith. This gives the overall look and feel, bearing in mind the amount of maximum canopy coverage, as well as different scales of tree types, thinking about longevity of the tree types and in relation to the kind of solar gain of different areas around the building. We can speak to those in more detail if needed. Supporting each of the tree types is a kind of small ecosystem of these large planters. Again, working with the Downtown Brooklyn Partnership on selecting native species that are also low maintenance, evergreen, and kind of advancing into a little bit more of a year-round interest palette. This is something that we're currently working with them on, and this is something that we're refining. This is a section through the plaza along at Borum Place to the main facility line here. You can see how our robust street tree planting helps break down. It creates a natural buffer and breaks down the scale of the space. And then we use raised planters because we're above a cellar level to help create increased planting, amenities, and areas for seating. Moving around the site, we are navigating a complex web of underground constraints such as utility lines, vents, and also the nearby F and G subway line. But we are also being very mindful of footing foundations and tree pits because we want to be able to maximize the amount of planting and seating and security elements around the site. This approach is the same approach around the entire site as its relation to seating, security elements, and that continues around State Street on the end. So I'm going to hand it over to Aman, who's going to walk us through the evolution of the ground streetscape experience from before and after.
Thanks, Autumn. So just walking through all of the changes that we've looked at, both in plan and in the elevations. This is the view of the plaza on the corner of Borum and Atlantic and what we saw in concept submission. So one of the major changes is that we've incorporated the wood-like material in here, bringing warmth in generally into the space, sort of breaking the scale down, making it more human. We've incorporated the frame that highlights where the entrance is, minimizing notion of stress, maximizing wayfinding in there. Incorporated flag poles. That's sort of the frame of the community space. We've widened the sidewalks, and then we've incorporated a detail at the fascia of the main canopy, the main marquee that breaks the scale of the marquee down, and that was in direct response to some community feedback that we had received. Moving around the block, coming up to Atlantic, the image that you had seen in concept design that's been updated for preliminary submission here, very much the same sort of changes in here. And I'm just trying to see if there's anything else that is perhaps different. They're actually exactly the same on the other side. Within the plaza itself, what has really changed here is the changes in the landscaping. The central island has been introduced to provide a sense of place to this. The type of seating has changed to accommodate a more elegant seating, something that really translates again into human scale. View along State Street here. We're looking towards Borum Place in concept view. An update in the preliminary submission, incorporating the mechanical louvers in the carve out in here. There's more updated seating along. There's more planting, the understory planting with the trees, incorporating car street parking on State Street that was missing in concept that we brought back in here, incorporating secure perimeter with landscaping. So it's very unobtrusive to the street level experience. And then an overall view of the building itself. We'd like to, I think this is the end of our presentation. We'll open it up to the next round.
Thank you. We will now hear in-person public testimony. So we will give them a minute to join. We have one person signed up in person. And then we will proceed to remote testimony after that. Great. Hi, Marcy. You could come up to the front. Thank you. You have 3 minutes to testimony. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. We are here representing members of the original Brooklyn Borough-Based Jail Advisory Committee, neighbors of the jail, and the Borum Hill Association. Since the original ULURP process, the city asked the neighboring community what it could offer in return for the inconvenience of having a much larger jail built in our densely populated neighborhood. Our community asked for a few specific things. First, reduce the overall size and bulk of the jail to fit the character of the neighborhood. 2, invest in alternatives to incarceration, mental health care, and community resources to reduce crime and recidivism. 3, include underground parking to eliminate placard and non-placard parking abuse in and around the neighborhood. And 4, include a second underground tunnel from the jail to the courthouse to eliminate NYPD detainee street transfers and illegal patrol car parking around the courthouse and the jail. Our council member and the community negotiated in good faith, and while we didn't not exceed in getting the bulk and height reduced to our liking, we were promised that the design would work to reduce the appearance of bulk, and we also agreed to all the other points as memorialized in the point of agreement document and the ULURP zoning text. We are now at the final design stages, and the city has not done enough to reduce the street level bulk on the narrow streets of State and Smith and have broken other promises. They have eliminated 2/3 the promised underground parking, reducing it from 292 spaces to only 100, even though they publicly state on their Brooklyn Points of Agreement tracker that they are building 292 spaces. They have eliminated 50% of the mental health beds from the facility, and they have eliminated the second tunnel under State Street, effectively making the interim Sally Port on State Street into a permanent Sally Port. What we have also discovered is that the current plan for underground parking only has a ceiling height capable of handling a minivan. This design is extremely limiting in what the cellar level can be used for and will most likely lead to vehicles needing to park on the street if they cannot fit. For a building costing more than $3 billion, meant to last multiple generations, this kind of design planning makes no sense. We asked the Design Commission to push for the department, the DDC, the Department of Corrections, and Design Build team to keep their promises and, number one, reduce the appearance of bulk on Smith and State streets with similar cantilevered entrances to Bourne Place and Atlantic Avenue and/or setbacks at a much lower elevation. Build the cellar and basement levels to a height that can handle tall vans, tow trucks, or similar vehicles.
It's 3 minutes if you wouldn't mind wrapping up.
Restore the design to deliver all 292 promised off-street parking spaces. Commit to closing the interim Sally Port into the courthouse once the jail is built and allowing for 100% of NYPD detainee transfers to occur within the new jail, either with a separate tunnel or sharing the existing tunnel of the DOC, and restore all therapeutic beds originally planned for the facility. Thank you for your time and consideration. As fellow New Yorkers, we hope you will see the importance of keeping your promises to a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in person to testify? Seeing no one else in person, we will now go to remote testimony. Jenna, has anyone signed up for remote testimony?
Hi, it looks like there's someone named Ava Chan signed up for remote testimony. Ava, are you in the Zoom waiting room? If so, please use the raise hand feature. Give you a moment. I don't see Ava present in the Zoom room. Is anyone else on Zoom here to testify? If so, please use the raise hand feature or turn your video on. I don't see anyone who is raising their hand to testify, so that's it on this end. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll now hand it over to commissioners and the team for a discussion.
Commissioners, comments, questions?
Thank you. Would any of the agencies like to respond to the testimony that we just heard? Please.
Good morning. I'm Eduardo Del Valle, the Deputy Commissioner for DDC, overseeing the BBJ program. We have been working with the community and the council member regarding the issues associated with the underground Sally Port. We had, I thought, a very good meeting a week or so ago regarding a compromise. And I say that because initially the points of agreements did not call for a Sally Port under the building, nor for a second tunnel. The information on the second tunnel was on the CPSD, not on the points of agreement. But we have nevertheless made arrangements to provide a sally port for NYPD and are now working on further development of that based on the outcome of our meeting with the community, 2 community members and a council member on this regard. Regarding the massing, I think that HOK has really done an outstanding job in terms of architecturally massaging the building, if you would, so that the massing, to the extent that the program requirements are what they are, is as subtle as possible. And I think that regarding, again, the parking situation, we did make and as directed by the policymakers, again, at DDC, we just built what we are pretty much dictated to build, but the policy decision was made, yes, due to budget concerns, to reduce number of below grade parking spaces, meaning basically a couple of levels of underground parking. The water table on this site is very high, and the cost associated with building the additional parking spaces would have put this job basically above the budget that we have been allocated. Would you like to add anything, Jeff? Alex?
Good morning. Alex Maldonado again from the Department of Correction. Just to address the reduction in the mental health beds. This was a very carefully thought out decision between the Department of Correction, the mayor's office, obviously, and Correctional Health Services. We confidently believe that we have therapeutic capacity for all of our mental health patients between the 4 jails as well as the 3 outposted units, which the city is finally moving forward with those projects. So that is, while the reduction was in the Brooklyn jail and for the other jails as well, we do anticipate to have enough coverage for those mental health and medical services as needed by our population.
And I'll just like to, it just came to mind, the other issue that was raised was regarding the height of the underground cellars. And so the uppermost cellar, cellar 1, has a height enough to accommodate the current DOC vans. And that is basically the fleet that DOC currently has to transport people in custody. We have been working very closely with NYPD as well, so that in the future, when they do replace their fleet, and they are due to replace their fleet before this facility opens, given the fact that the current fleet, NYPD fleet, was purchased in 2019. So by 2029, they are going to purchase vans to the same height specs that DOC uses right now. So the DOC vans currently in use will fit in the C1 level, as will the new NYPD vans moving forward.
If you would stay there for a moment, I want to announce that Commissioner Lori Hawkinson has joined the meeting. She is not going to be able to vote, but she can ask questions. So Lori, please go ahead with your question.
Yep, I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you.
You
Yes.
can. Okay, I
Yes.
wanted to thank you all, especially and the architects in the community. It's a very challenging project, and I appreciate the attention to the detail and the explanation of the areas where we've asked for more information. I also really appreciate the conciseness of the community advisory community comments. They're very precise and well-formed. I wanted to address some of the issues that we had previous to this meeting, and I still have questions about them. The first one has to do with what you call the reveal at Revised Architecture, is it 11, from opaque spandrel glass to this metal. And I guess I remain concerned about the color, because I'm very interested. I mean, I'm apologies going into like specific details here, but I'm very concerned about the quality of life and light inside the building for the people who are in there, everybody from those in the rooms to those, working, to everybody, the recreational spaces. And I just wanted to make sure that I'm just not so convinced that pewter color is light enough, because you want to try to get as much reflective light as possible. So that was just, a point. Maybe we can go into that later. We don't have to spend a lot of time here, but Number two has to do with the 50% code requirement that you're, and the louvers over the windows, which I don't see in the rooms. I was just trying to understand the louvers that are on the exterior of the rooms, right, that are all expressed on the facade. So I can't see the louvers that well. I understand the reduced size. It looks, okay. The room looks great, I think, for what we can get. Thank you. Number three, I wanted to respond to the, it's the section of the kind of typical rec area facade. And I just wanted to understand what the height of a person. You don't really show that in your drawings. We just see a kind of perspective cutaway of the rec area and all of the light that can come through. And you explain where the heights of these various louvers and then open areas are, but I don't really see it in terms of a person standing there. I think it starts at 6 feet. Maybe I'm mistaken. The fourth point has to do with the canopy detail, which it doesn't appear to be that revised actually. And I'm just, it's very heavy. And this is also thinking about the community's response about the, response to the scale of what's around. I mean, this is a big building. We can't get away from it. But just kind of the level of detail and the scale as you meet the ground. And I still feel that canopy is very heavy. And I don't know what a wood-like material is. Just don't know what that means. I see something, I guess that looks like wood flooring on the underside of that canopy, and wood-like material, don't know what that is. I mean, I don't know about wood-like material. So that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkinson. I think to address your first point, in swapping out the darker material for the opaque glass, the idea was to create a little bit more contrast to separate the building massing out, and reduce its apparent scale. We were using the darker bronze color so that we're using a cohesive set of materials and not introducing additional materials. However, we're happy to take a look at that. We can do some light studies to understand if we change that to a lighter color, does that help, reflect a little bit more light into the outdoor recs? We're happy to undertake that study, and we'll bring that to you. I think your next point is about the outdoor recs, and I might and I understand this is a section per se.
It was point two was the louvers over the windows and what they look like in the rooms.
The louvers over the windows, are you talking about the horizontal grading here?
Yes, you're showing revised window size there. We see some horizontal lines right there, right?
Yeah.
Not understanding them very well in section, or just like, how heavy they are, what exactly is going on there.
So those are part of the security requirement from the state corrections. They the maximum amount of size the state secure corrections will allow is a 5-inch opening, which is what these horizontal gradings incorporate. How thick is each of those bars? Yeah, so it's a 3/4 of an inch by 3/4 of it's a square section. And that's integrated into the whole security window and security frame. On the inside of the housing units, we have a glaze, vision glazing up till the first 6 feet of that has a frit incorporated in that, and we're studying the opacity of the frit at this point. Just balancing the privacy for people in custody with the amount of daylight that comes in, and also if they're sleeping, the amount of daylight that comes in, and how disturbing that is for their human experience. Above 6 feet, that vision glazing is entirely clear. And then within the frame, just on the outside of that vision glazing are the horizontal security elements that are incorporated. And if I went back into,
Okay, so those aren't
So-
louver, they're not.
No, they're not
They're
louvers.
louvers. That's what I couldn't tell from the, if there
Yeah,
was a
so they're not,
section, yeah.
yeah, they're not louvers and they're part of this interior window back in here.
Okay, thank you. Great.
And then I think your next question was the outdoor recs themselves and without
Correct.
trying to make anyone dizzy, I'm going to go to the appendix, which shows a person against the outdoor rec, I believe, from the inside.
Or from the inside, yeah, the section, what was the
Oops, here we go.
typical rec area facade, the section through it? Yeah, there. Okay, that's
Yeah.
where we.
Right.
Okay.
So I think we worked with both the State Correction Facility, the Department of Corrections, to try to maximize how much we can open these louvers apart to get as much fresh air as everybody would agree to in terms of security. There's a whole host of issues that we were trying to balance. We located the rec yards, as I briefly mentioned in the middle of the presentation, in the center of the buildings. By doing that, we've moved them away from all residential buildings, right? Across from these guys, there are very, very few residential or very little part. And if you look on the north side, 53 Borum is in here and the rec yards have sort of staggered away from that. So that when we move them to the center of the building, unfortunately, what we do create is the fact that they look into each other. There's that component, but also as they come down towards the street for the first 6 feet or so, we have to be able to control the cross viewing from those rec yards and the the communication aspect of that. So that's why the lower part of it is been designed for security concerns, but to open it as much as possible. And the moment we clear that first 6 feet up above it is as open as we can get it. So we've maximized the opening of the secure perimeter that is on the inside of the rec yard and on the outside, maximizing the architectural mesh that prevents that transfer of contraband, but allows maximum daylight into the space. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, then there was just the question about the canopy.
Yes.
And
I think for the canopy, we absolutely take your point. We can do a couple of studies to understand how we can reduce its apparent scale further. Perhaps shallowing the structure as it comes down. We do have the consideration that up till a certain point, where you can see the building that sits above the canopy, there are beams that are quite substantial that can't be reduced because they're supporting all of the building that sits above them. But from the edge of the building forward, we can take a look at what is achievable in that span.
Because that's a cantilever. You're not supporting the whole
Yes.
building at a certain point. That's what I was wondering.
Yes,
That could be
exactly,
lightened
exactly.
and tapered so that it doesn't appear so heavy. And then also the this
wood-like material,
The wood-like
right.
business, the
Yeah.
wood-like business, because it's like we're not disguising this to be looking like some kind of house. This is a big civic building, and it has to last and all of that. And so, I don't know what
Exactly.
that's doing
Right.
for us here.
Right. So the warmth of this notion of a material that appears like wood brings that sense of human scale to the plaza. We have wood in the slats. The material is quite high up, almost 40 feet high above the plaza. Therefore, we feel that incorporating a wood-like material, we're not able to incorporate wood because of building code and fire issues and all of that stuff. We have a sample that we submitted here
Okay.
that essentially it essentially takes a picture of wood and digitally prints it on metal. So every piece appears different. And we're working with the manufacturers to try to get a blend of a couple of different shades. So it starts to appear as wood-like as you can, knowing that we're also 40 feet away from it. And it's not something that we're going to touch. The moment you can touch something, the metal needs to be, authentic. And your point, well taken, Commissioner.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll turn it over to other commissioners who may have questions. Thank you. And then we'll review all of you've submitted.
I had a question about, actually in this image, the sign over the entrance says Brooklyn Facility. And I think, is that placeholder or is that the name of the building? Okay.
completely. It's going to take us, Alex, what else? 3 years to get there.
Well, I think, just thinking, moving forward too, thinking of that as a nomenclature too for the other PBJs as well. And then I think, about the wood, the wood underneath the kind of like cantilever, you're saying it's a printed image to make it look wood-like. Okay, got it. Yeah. I mean, I think this is such a well thought out building. I think you've responded really well to the constraints being given. And, I don't know that a kind of printed image of wood is really necessary or really is, kind of does justice to design. So I think, I'm not saying don't do it. I think that's something to consider whether, you need an image or a picture of wood to really make it warmer. I mean, I think there will be other elements to this building, such as, community engagements, percent for art, et cetera, that might contribute to that. So I'd consider whether that's really necessary to have like a printed image of wood.
Undertake some studies for what alternative materials we can incorporate in it, and we'll come back to that.
What is the square footage of the old building? Thank you.
Questions on the streetscape design, if possible? Great, thank you. First, I want to say, Autumn, that I think the redesign around the plaza is quite successful. It is, as you noted, a very large space, and I think creating that kind of raised island planter cuts down the scale, but also provides various ways to sit, looking at the streetscape, looking inboard, that I think has helped ground that portion of the project. I have a couple of questions on some of the slides just because there's so much information. Starting first with your bench diagram that had the blue and the orange benches indicating which ones are intended to be anti-ramp versus which ones are not. This one. There's one that had a key on the right-hand side. This one. Okay, so the question here is, on the blue benches, they're not labeled to be anti-ram. So I guess our question is, how are we protecting those edges if the entire street line has bollards? What happens behind those benches without bollards?
So you're talking about these areas here around
Mhm.
the site. So
Yep.
The security requirements, the GSA security facility security design 3 is only crash rated elements adjacent to the building entries.
Mhm.
The rest, we utilize vehicular deterrents, such
Mhm.
as furnishing smaller rated bollards and any other furnishing elements. We've worked with our security design consultant in calibrating where we need the heavy duty crash rated elements. And then we are using the same bollard type, which is a higher rating, the M rating now. It used to be K rating, now it's M rating.
M15.
Yeah, M15 around the entire site, but we're still using the other kind of furnishing elements as the deterrents. So we didn't want to create walls around the entire site.
So those bollards, for example, along Atlantic Avenue where we have the benches colored in blue, those are not required to be rated, but you
We're
are
rating them anyways.
you're rating them anyway and you're having the same aesthetic for
Yes.
continuity. Is there a concern at all that these benches create a weak point? That someone's gonna figure this out?
There isn't, and based on the vector analysis, everything is tailored to the corners where we're having the highest concentration of bollards, and then along the kind of faces of the building, Atlantic State, Smith and Borum, we taper down that security element. So we've been working robustly with DOT, NYPD, and our security engineers.
Okay, right. So the second question has to do with just placement of benches. We've gone over this several times. I think the plan is getting very well calibrated, but I still have some concern about the number of benches on State Street, mostly because it's not a street that has a lot of pedestrian traffic. It's mostly the relationship between the courthouse and this building. And without a lot of pedestrian traffic, you want to make sure those benches are not misutilized. So I understand the community did request benches there. So my question is there a way to balance, perhaps maybe retain the ones that are along the sidewalk, but perhaps rethink a little bit the one that's in this nook here? Concern being, again, visibility of that area, eyes on the street, and making sure there aren't any unwanted activities that perhaps result from a quieter street.
Okay, yeah, we can definitely look into that.
Okay. Next question having to do with light poles. If we can go to the light pole diagram. This is something I am myself struggling with as well. We look around New York City and we have different light poles in different streets, and you're trying to create continuity throughout. Understanding that this block already has so many different types of light poles, what is the thought with introducing yet another, which is the C-Lux?
Yeah.
And are perhaps the wall-mounted ones able to balance the need for additional light without introducing yet another element?
So, yeah, beyond the DOT standard poles, the initial round of design was introducing pedestrian light poles around the entire site. That's when we started to integrate more of the facade lights, and only using the light poles, which is seen here in the yellow areas here where we can't have facade lights. And that's only in this area in the front part of Atlantic and the back area along State Street. The rest are using the facade poles.
Have you considered using just another one of the DOT poles that are around this area?
We looked in, there's the pedestrian scale octagonal pole, and there's currently one on site. It doesn't really give much light to the nature of Atlantic Avenue. It's very dim lit street, so we want to introduce as much light as possible. It was our initial idea was to use more of those poles, but we wanted to use something that spoke more to the materiality that's in the new furnishing approach for the streetscape, as well as the materiality of the building facade. So those poles we felt were the most minimal poles that we could stick in. And if we can eliminate more of them, we can look into that for sure and integrate more lighting within some of the furnishing elements if possible.
I think it's creating a balance because we have so many different street poles to contend with.
Yes.
Adding yet another element adds just a lot more variety. So I guess my question would be, is there a way to increase the amount of C-Lux poles and decrease the amount of other DOT poles? If not possible, because sometimes those DOT poles need to illuminate the roadway,
Right.
then are there another alternative, as you mentioned, to provide lighting without having yet another vertical element? Because as a streetscape, as you're looking around this block, you just have all of these different styles that I think take away from your efforts to unify the streetscape with paving and planting and seating. It becomes clutter in a way.
I agree.
So I would just take a closer look at
There's also
what are the ways.
There's also the octagonal pole that has a pedestrian light arm. So you have the street light arm, which is much higher, and a pedestrian light arm. So that's an option that we can look into. I think would help on Long Atlantic.
Yeah, I think just a little bit more continuity. And a similar comment, and that's my last one on the street tree selection. Just want to understand a little bit. I know you're dealing with some existing trees. You're adding a large number of other species. What is your thought about the narrative behind the street trees? Why are they so different?
So we want to create diversity as much as possible, not have monoculture, those kind of, basic approaches for street tree selection. We're also refining this palette that you see here. We're working with Parks Department to figure out what tree species have the best canopy, the most robust canopies, because some streets only have 2 or 3 trees, for example. So we want really broad reaching canopies that are also upright in the branching structure to create visual lines of sight around the facility. The overall approach around the site, Atlantic, we're maintaining a lot of the trees. A lot of those are London plane trees. The Zelkovas are great street trees because of the branching structure and the size of the canopy. Boren Place, we're looking at kind of a more diverse selection of planting, but also looking at semi-evergreen and smaller species within the plaza, but semi-evergreens because of the wind that comes in from the winter along Atlantic Avenue. So really trying to create a natural buffer And then State Street, again, we're only working with two trees. So, how much visual interest can you have over the course of the calendar year? So the magnolia, peak visual interest at the beginning of the year, and the Zelkova continues the line around Smith Street.
So just think about it. I think, again, you have very few trees. So having so many species, I don't know if it's helpful to provide variety or if it starts creating just too much
Yeah.
visual busyness. So you said you're refining the
Yeah.
street tree palette. Think about it in terms of if I only have 2 trees on a street, maybe they want to be the same
Yep.
just to have a more muted palette. Maybe where you have a lot more street trees, you can afford a little more variety. The other thing is this neighborhood has great street trees. I mean, Atlantic Avenue, not, Smith Street, not, but the side streets, around Cobble Hill, Borum Hill are characterized by these beautiful large trees. Specifically, there's a lot of London planes.
Yeah.
So maybe something that helps clean up your palette is think a little bit about the streets they're connecting to and how they can tie with the character of the neighborhood, which is quite distinctive in terms of beautifully structured trees.
I live in the neighborhood, so it should be easy.
Yes, it's beautiful London plane trees. I used to live there. I miss it because the streets were just so beautiful.
Yeah. Awesome.
I wasn't planning on speaking about London plane trees, but I live in Sunnyside Gardens and we have London planes everywhere and they are beautiful. I just wanted to say, obviously there are some in the world who hoped that we would never be here. And as someone who voted against the original project, I just want to say I'm struck continuously, but especially today, about how much care all of you have put into this. And the words that you used several times and others on the team, dignity, respect, healing, concern for daylight and fresh air. It's remarkable how much care you all have put into this building. I think it's a beautiful building. I think it's a stunning building. I think a lot of people in New York City would think that. And it's just an incredibly complicated project and difficult project. Obviously, we have community residents who feel very strongly about this. But what we're tasked with today is the design, right? And the form and the function and all of those questions, not some of the bigger questions that were settled a few years ago. And so obviously I'm going to vote and support this project because I remember Judge Lippman when he first came to the city council and talked about what he hoped could be accomplished with re-envisioning what a jail might look like from the inside and the outside and what the experiences would be and what a form of justice might look like. And I think you all are just remarkably close to what he talked about and what the Lippman Commission envisioned. Again, incredibly complicated stuff, but this is a remarkable attempt to do something really, really difficult and challenging, particularly in the climate within which we operate today, where you're talking about dignity, respect, healing, concern for daylight and fresh air for some folks in our society that lots of folks would like to throw away and never think about. So just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Jimmy. Any other comments from commissioners? Carrie?
If I could have a couple of questions about materials, what is the American Mist, the black? Where is this used?
That goes in the base of the building.
So it goes on a vertical surface.
It's on work.
Okay. And
So you'll see it.
I see.
Oh, well, right.
Right.
at the base.
In general, I think the materials are great. And I think that the whole point of this is to keep the palette as light as you can and as bright as you can. And I was very happy to see the wood ceiling. 40 feet in faux makes no difference, I'm sure, nowadays. And I thought it felt very natural and unexpected. So congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. I was just clarifying that the reason why we proposed American Mist, which is the same as a whole host of other commercial names, Jet Mist and Virginia Mist, et cetera. There's a Canadian Mist as well. It's a granite. It is extremely durable. It will take the beating that New York City gives it. It will not stain. That's why the polished finish, not a honed finish, honed will stain. The polish will stand up to dogs. So it takes up all of that beating. Most New York City buildings will incorporate that in its base, and it stands the test of time.
Okay. All right, so what I'd like to do is summarize other commissioners' comments. Yes. And then we will take a vote. We'll start with echoing what Commissioner Van Bramer has said about the care, the dignity, the respect that you're clearly working to introduce into this very complex and fraught project. And we want to recognize the excellence from the design side that went into that work. The comments there are 6. The first has to do with the light. We would like to understand better, and you will study the opacity of the light in both the residence and the recreational areas, and let us know about your findings in that exploration. We're also wanting to take a look at the canopy thickness and the materiality. While I understand Commissioner Maloney likes that material, I think we have a consensus among myself and Manuel and Lori that a faux wood, in some ways, I think, in my perspective, I won't speak for others, doesn't do justice to the integrity of materials that you have in this structure. And given that it is 40 feet above, there are probably other materials that would bring a sense of warmth without a false material. Also to rethink the Nook bench on State Street, really for concerns of security. And to explore integrated lighting to minimize the number of different lighting types. You may or may not be able to do that, but to explore that. And then finally, look at the number of tree varieties, same reason, and think about the trees in your neighborhood and what would make sense from a kind of the urban canopy perspective. So with that, I will call a vote, and we would ask that this is preliminary. So before you come back for final, we'd love to just get your responses to those questions. Okay. All right, commissioners. So I'll take a roll call vote on item 28802. Commissioners, when I call your name, please state your vote. Isabel Casilla.
Approve.
Karen Keel.
Approved.
Carrie Maloney.
Approved.
Manuel Miranda.
Approve.
Merrill Tisch, who's voting remotely due to caregiving.
Approved.
Jimmy Van Bramer.
Approve.
And I also vote to approve. So let the record show that all who are present have voted in favor and the project is approved. Thank you. We will now take a short break and we will rejoin for the final portion of the meeting in 5 minutes. Meeting, commissioners? Sorry. Okay. So we'll now begin the committee meeting with the combined presentation for the construction of facade and entrance improvements at the Arthur Ashe Stadium and the construction of 2 hospitality buildings, including a parking garage at the USTA National Tennis Center at Flushing Meadows, Corona Park in Flushing, Queens. We will not hear public testimony or vote on this project today. Presenters, you can begin.
I think I should.
Yep.
The US Open moved from Forest Hills to Flushing Meadows in 1978. And it proceeded to build a new facility on the remnants of the World's Fair in 1964. It is now the most complicated and complex sports facility on the East Coast by far. It consists of 2 stadiums with roofs, retractable roofs, 2 stadiums without, 30 outdoor courts. Last year, there were 1 million people who attended the facility. So, of course, once it went to Flushing Meadow Park, all the property became city-owned. And that's the basic reason, of course, that we're here. I think we've probably been here maybe 20 times over the last how many years, at various stages of the project as it grew and as it evolved into the facility it is today. So, my purpose now is ended, and I'm going to see you.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. I'm going to have Matt Rossetti, our architect, do the lion's share of the work through the presentation. I just want, by way of background, when we were here in 2014, specifically about building a new Armstrong Stadium with a roof and a roof over the existing Arthur Ashe Stadium, it was about where we stood with the other Grand Slam tournaments and the fact that when Arthur Ashe Stadium was built in the 90s, we did a 100-year rain study and found out that the 2 weeks of the US Open main draw were technically the 10th driest 2 weeks of the entire year. But then we had 6 years in a row in the 2000s where the men's finals were rained out and we played on a Monday instead of a Sunday. And we realized that we were slightly becoming the laughingstock within the Grand Slam world for the players who need to move on to their next tournament. They're on the road 45 plus weeks a year. So the Public Design Commission was instrumental in our ability to be able to execute those 2 projects as well as build a grandstand stadium. The rules are different for us right now. In 2024, if any of you follow golf and what's going on in the golf world and with Saudi Arabia's public investment funds spending billions of dollars in golf, the real fear is out there for us. Players who play in the US Open tournament in a 2-week period, if they win all 7 matches, could make in excess of $3.5 million. They can go play an exhibition in Saudi Arabia and get $3 million to play over the course of a weekend, win or lose. So the rules have dramatically shifted for us. So we have to make sure we're in a position to continue to pay the players what they want to get paid to come to our event. Yes, the Grand Slams are the most premier tennis events in the world, but they're not a must anymore. And for us, the rules have changed. Therefore, we're doing 2 significant things with this project. We're rebuilding the interior of Arthur Ashe Stadium, built in 1997. It did get a roof in 2016, but basically the guts inside the bowl have not changed dramatically. By building this new player facility right next door to it in our parking lot, that offers us the opportunity to take all the player areas outside of Arthur Ashe, put it into the new structure, and turn all of those existing player facilities into clubs where the fans who come to the event can pay incrementally to participate in these clubs. We could generate more money. We could pay the players more money. We can make the players happy with this new facility, and obviously by giving them greater prize money. So that's really the impetus for this project. That's where we are today. The threat is real for us. Our CEO is actually over in Europe right now, meeting with the other Grand Slams, as well as with the WTA Tour and the ATP Tour to make sure that we can kind of stay ahead of the curve, to make sure that this Grand Slam tournament, which by the way, when we were here in 2014, the study we had done with AKRF on our economic impact study, it came in at about $750 million from the US Open. We just completed our last study with AKRF about 3 weeks ago. And in 2023, the economic impact from the US Open was $1.25 billion. So the event is meaningful to us for obvious reasons. It represents about 90% of our nonprofits' revenue on a yearly basis, and clearly very important to the city. So I've gone on long enough in terms of background. I want to give Matt the opportunity now to walk you through the project. So thank you for the time. Of course.
I'm just wondering, are you suggesting that the changes in the nature of the how tennis is played globally, where and why is an existential threat to this facility?
So if you look at.
Hang on one second, if you wouldn't mind.
Sorry.
To be on record.
If you were to look, just using golf as an example, if you were to look at where they were 10 years ago, and if they sat there and say, we just have to keep doing what we're doing, and we'll keep doing quite well. In the case of the Masters, which just finished this weekend, that's a public club. They're not about what we are, which is we're a nonprofit entity. We're the global ambassador for tennis in this country. All the money we make goes back, reinvests into the communities all across this country to grow the sport. The Masters can decide how much they want to put back into golf on an annual basis. So the rules for us are completely different than even Wimbledon, which is also a private club. French Open, us, and the Australian Open are the national governing bodies within their respective countries. But going back to golf, if they sat there in 10 years and said, we have a real existential threat and we have to think differently, they may not necessarily be in the position they're in today, which is the threat is real. You know, the PIF has come in investing the billions of dollars, basically changed the entire ecosystem for golf right now. So it is real. And I'm not here to threaten anybody. I'm just here, we're just trying to come up with a solution to try to stay ahead of this process.
I asked that question because I think it's important for us to understand that context. So thank you for that answer.
I've got one on. Thanks. Good afternoon, and thank you. Also, just on the tail of what Danny was saying, we did a study for them at the beginning, and there's approximately $3.5 billion spent over the last 5 years between those 4 Grand Slams. So everybody's up in the ante as well. I'm planning on going through. We got some 90 slides for each project, so I'm going to go through quickly so that I can address specifically the comments that were made in the elements. So I'm sure you know the context. Closer in, obviously, what we're talking about right now is what Danny just described as the ash improvements. Is just about center stage. So current ash with the new roof and the parking structure, and then also we refer to this as the center pavilion building. That will go as well. And so we have the entertainment hub we'll talk about and the player building, and right now focusing on ash. So as we look at just the context, we got a lot of slides just to give you an idea of how things are fitting. We're talking about this space, we're talking about this space and this space over on the other side. Walking around the building on the northwest, moving further around to the west side. This is, or excuse me, the east side, the east entrance as you come in off the Passerelle building. The main entrance on the south side, I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second when we get to it. Across the railroad tracks towards Citi Field, giving context to the buildings. And then on the west side from Meridian, and then back on the northwest side. East entrance coming from the Passerelle as you make your way in. I hope those are helpful. I know it's a lot. This is the existing floor plan as they lay out. When we get to the new plans, I'll point out some of the key points of how players get in and out. Okay, so again, setting the stage here for context. Well, the first piece we're talking about is this front entrance. And this is how it sits from this view from the southeast. And what I want to point out is that when this was originally designed actually by my father, the roof was not a part of this. And essentially the way this was laid out is proportionally, it's about a 1-to-1 base to height of roof of ash. And the big concept was the structure was to be an allegorical of the trees in the park. So you've got tennis in the park. Once we added the roof, that's a whole nother section proportion above. So now this turns into 1 to 3 and essentially gets dwarfed. So one of the big things when we looked at this was we need an identifiable front door, something that is a strong portal. Folks know where to come in and out of. And I'll talk a little bit more about the materiality because I know that's been an issue. And the vertical, we probably studied 100 different things on here, looking at horizontal fins similar to Armstrong, looking at meshes, looking at combinations of those. What we're looking at doing with the verticality is, I should have stopped earlier, but throughout those contextual photos, there's a constant vertical rhythm, both on Armstrong and on Ash. So there's a storyline already. And one of the things we were looking at doing was helping to spread the entrance vertically, helping to tie into the up above. So we didn't want to do the opposite, go horizontal and squash it. That starts to become our purpose and intent behind. As you move up to the midway landing, this is what you'd asked about looking from the inside out. And these fins are about 2 3/4 inches by 10 inches, and they flare at the center, so they're thinner. And the whole intent is that you have a sense of enclosure, a vertical veil, because at this level, we can't have people stopping. This is important that they're coming up from one escalator up to the next, going up to Promenade. And then finally, when you reach Promenade, this is your arrival. This is the sense of awe, of looking out unimpeded throughout the entire campus. So that's becomes why we did some of the moves that we did. Moving around the south side of the building, this is the back side. The east entry, the new gate. Actually, this building is the one I mentioned is removed and replaced over here with the entertainment hub. And so this is what the new entrance on the east looks like. It's quite quiet. It pays homage to the existing building. Oops, sorry. As we get a little closer, then we're kind of foreshadowing that building on the side. Again, on the north entrance, this is all service side. So identifying, this slide's probably a little late, obviously identifies the confines of the building with the old parking, with the new roof. This is just obviously our schedule for parks in terms of all the materials that are on the site, throughout the site, landscaping. And then what I wanted to point out was there was a question about the players, how do they get in and out, and the attachment or unattachment. This is the landing point. And as we move through some of the renderings, you'll see how that all fits in the composition of it. But there's no connectivity at this level with Ash. It only goes up and bridges across to the building above. So as we move up, these are the changes that affect the plan, affect the bowl, affect the exterior. And a big part of this was being able to expand the promenade because it's a lot of the general reserve seating. Right now, we're trying to provide wider concourses, greater amenities up at this level. And then I think, as Danny pointed out, one of the things that we're doing was doubling the size of the lower bowl. So giving opportunity for more people to be in the lower bowl as opposed to just sitting up in the upper bowl, which is a majority of the seats currently. This starts to talk a bit about context, and this is what I was starting to talk about, the reveals on Armstrong. We've got, yes, we have the fins, and the fins on that place, the horizontal louvers, were put in there to create a Venturi effect, which actually works really well. If you've ever sat in there, the wind inside the bowl is actually greater than outside the bowl because of the sucking in and pulling up through the roof. So it has a purpose, it works, but again, there is this rhythm throughout the campus, and you can see it in many places, as well as materiality. This is the on South Campus, this is the southernmost, so right across the South Plaza from the front door of Ash. So these materials, the metal mesh, the metal panels, the vertical rails, are all speaking back and forth across South Plaza. And again, looking at some of the materiality up close and personal. Another question was scope. How much scope? What's the scope of the project? So this essentially, we've outlined how much we're touching. The rest of the base is all existing. So you can see what we're doing here. And then on the east facade, the proposed changes, you can see there's just small in the center and much larger on the north and south. And then on the south elevation, that's the proposed. And then we'll go to this. And then on the east, on the west facade, right now the President's Gate. This is again seeing the front, and this is what it looks like. So we're reading the vertical patterning, moving across those two corners as well as the front. So, and then this is essentially where we end up. Go through our sustainable strategy. It's similar on both projects. What we've looked at as a cohesive whole, keeping very keen on both well and lead because of the nature of the indoor quality for the players, particularly at the Players Performance Building, outlining how it all pulls together. And then you'd also asked about the design guidelines. These were the design guidelines from 2012 that were approved. And just in a nutshell, we had looked at 5 different categories of buildings, in context, I should say. The site and landscape obviously is the fabric that weaves everything together because there's so much site. And then the field courts act as the in-between players because of their flatness or their low sloped spectator seating. And our stadiums obviously are the big ones, all the things that have the major presence. So each one of these 3 has descriptors and imagery that goes with it. The pavilions are what we've also referred to as the follies. They were thought of as the fun buildings, the in-between buildings. They're fan amenities with retail, food and beverage, and they're just kind of little pops, little party spots within. Our new building that we're putting on east of Ash, that falls into that same category. And we'll see when we get to those, the comparisons of all the venues, you see the similarities. And then finally, the ancillary and support buildings, the last category, ticketing building, transportation, credentialing, those are all fall into that category. And that's essentially the category that the Player Performance Building falls into. But due to the types of folks that are using that one, it's a well elevated in that sense. Yes.
I want to clarify, just go back to that. One thing that Matt just said about these global design guidelines. In 2012 through 2014, we went through a ULURP process where we needed to make sure PDC approved the overall intent of the project before we were able to go forward with it. At that time, the guidelines were not approved by PDC, but each individual project that we presented to PDC subsequent to Ash, Roof, Armstrong, Totality, Grandstand, and South Campus all employed those guidelines, and each one of those individual projects were approved. So nothing on the front end was in writing approved by PDC. I just want to make sure, because I know that came up about a week ago.
I understand what you're saying. Thank you for that clarification. What was approved were individual projects at that point in time, correct?
I'm sorry?
What was approved? Can you say again what was approved?
Each of the individual projects, Arthur Ashe Stadium roof,
Mhm.
Armstrong with a roof, that was new construction. Grandstand was new construction, and the South Plaza, which was tournament courts 7 through 16, and all the ancillary buildings in between it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So to go through again, these are just more descriptors to each one of those that I was just talking about. Verbiage, diagramming, examples. And then finally, what we had, this had been previously approved, correct? That was the outline of the expansion. Yeah. Yeah. So that takes us to the end of Ash. Best to continue or ask questions now?
I think it might make sense to, well, I defer to my fellow commissioners. I think it makes sense to speak to this part of the project before we move on, but we can do.
And this part of the project is Ash, and then I forget exactly what you're calling it, the tiered seating restaurant.
That's actually separate.
That's a separate.
Together with the player room.
Okay.
We're essentially looking at three things, right?
Yes.
So this is one of three.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two are grouped together.
Correct.
Exactly.
Well, they're not. They're all three separate.
Well, the other two are one project.
Oh, you have them as one project. haven't you?
They're in the same presentation.
Okay,
yeah.
got it. Okay, so why don't we have any comments or questions around Ash, and we can always revisit it, and then we'll proceed with the rest of your presentation.
I think it's. Are you going, Bill? But I think this will come up from several of us. And it is those yeah, vertical. Can you go to one of the images of that, right?
There we go.
Yeah. So, and let me just say, I am a huge fan of tennis and of the US Open, and I go. And I think this is an incredibly important place for Queens, for the city, for the nation. So it's very important we get it right. And obviously, I know you all are working hard at that. And I get what you're doing here. Get the context, get the intent. Those bars, which look like bars from here, right?
It's unfortunate which project just went before us.
Yes. Is there any other treatment, right, that doesn't create this view right here, right? And there are others that you showed, which just to me, as a Queens resident, as someone who loves Flushing Meadows Corner Park, who loves the US Open, it just has this visual representation of bars. And I would just think, is there another way? There's got to be another way. Do you know what I mean?
Sure. One of the things, actually, should I wait till everybody?
No. You can feel free to please respond.
As I had mentioned before, I think we've studied this for a year and different things, because obviously this is the front door. This is the biggest move, I think, on campus, personally. There are a lot of mesh materials that are in part of the vernacular already. And we looked at a number of them. And one of the biggest issues was, and it's something that we're also keen on for these, is this is the south facade. Summer months, the sun is high and coming right around on this. When we did our sun studies on nearly everything of mesh or perforated panels or others, basically shimmered like a solid facade. And when we did the horizontals, depending on where you were, the horizontals tended to give a little bit more reflection too, because there's more surface this direction with a high sun that reflects off of versus the vertical. So a lot of that had to do with, because it's so dark back here and so bright from sunlight, we were looking at minimal reflection on the front, and that was driving it. Does that mean it's the only solution? No, it felt like the best solution that we came up with.
Oh, based on our previous discussions about this, I think other commissioners are going to also weigh in on this. So I think it's a big issue, right? But I won't speak for anybody else. I'll let Bill and others speak.
Is it that it feels like a correctional institute? Is that?
I wouldn't, I mean, just for me, I'm speaking for myself. I wouldn't link this to the prior discussion that we had here, which we all unanimously approved, and I think is a stunningly beautiful building, actually. And I said that on the record, right? Because I think they took pains to make sure that the building didn't look like a jail, right? And there weren't lots of bars, you know, things that we would traditionally associate with jails. And again, you know, we all are very good at what you do, and this is best tournament in the world. I just think, visually speaking, from my perspective, particularly as someone who's often in the park and goes to the US Open, I would like another treatment in place of those things.
Commissioner, I guess one thing I would ask is if maybe we want to separate these two as, you know, like, I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think the conversation is as much about here as it is about what's going on here.
Well, but it's all of a, but for me, it's all of a piece. For me, I don't know how to read this front. I really don't. You say it's vertical, but then you have these big horizontal bands up there, and then you're putting in the vertical. I can't, and then that center section. I don't know how you think this, how do you think this reads to people coming to the center? I'm not sure. I don't know that it's particularly welcoming. Maybe that's not the point because they've already bought their tickets.
That's certainly not how we think it.
But I'd see there's, to me, it's just like very visually inconsistent. Like we're replacing something with this. And to me, it just looks like so many different designs and vertical and horizontal put together in a way that I'm not sure what the impact is going to be.
Bill, can I just say one thing, because Danny asked, and obviously I greatly value Bill's input. For me, right, I actually, the centerpiece, for me, it evokes the Queens Museum a facade, right? Well, no, actually the concrete, and I actually like it because you're sort of facing the Queens Museum in a way right there. So I like it from the park's perspective. My issue, only mine, is just the two sides and those very particular vertical louvers.
If I could ask about the size of the louvers, they're not bars, they're louvers.
Correct.
And they change as you move and as you walk. I mean, you're not seeing the same thing. But what is the dimension of the louver?
So 2 3/4 by 10 inches.
Okay.
Yeah. And they're about 2'3" center to center. So you've got essentially 2 feet of free space in between them.
So they don't have a particular shape to them. It's just an extruded bar.
No, they're shaped like a hydrofoil. So they're the similar shape as the louvers on Armstrong.
Okay. I think it might be helpful for us to understand that shape in more detail because your drawings do read like bars. And
yeah,
understood you've tested a number of other options and verticality is what you think might be the best solution for the project. I don't think we are questioning that. But the way it's represented, it feels like an extruded piece. And we have reviewed a lot of projects here that do have vertical elements. They do have airfoil shapes. There's a narrative about how you move through the building and how views open up or close down as you move through. There's others that, again, the project that we just reviewed where that vertical element is slightly twisted. So again, the way it picks up shadows and light has a little bit more architectural interest to it.
Mm-hmm.
And in doing that, starts creating a more distinctive facade to the building. So I think what we're reacting to here is that this is a very important building, as everybody has reiterated, and the architectural solution is either too simplistic or not represented to a level of detail that allows us to understand the quality of that expression. It's literally reads like bars that you may have in a balcony, right? So
Yeah, I understand.
I guess we're looking a little bit more into a window into your thinking and really understand that materiality, the texture, the experience. How is this not a bar? You're telling us it's not, we're not yet seeing that.
Well, it looks like it's static in this case, but when you're moving around it, the louvers become a whole different thing to me.
Exactly, exactly.
Matt, what are the things with the arches at the ground level? What are
Oh,
those
down
things?
here?
In beneath the,
They're the entry gates. I mean, those, by no means would that exactly be what it is, but that's meant to just depict. This is the area where, when it's obviously not open to the public, their gates are closed.
yeah,
So when the open is on.
They just fold up.
Right.
into the
Okay,
each space,
got it,
create
okay.
open. And just, I know we want to move on. One thing I want to comment about the whole concept of once people buy a ticket, that's actually the sole purpose for this project. This is not generating revenue to pay the players. But for us, it wasn't that long ago where we were the newest venue. And now with all the new constructions of arenas and stadiums in this country, we became the oldest. And we just felt from a fan perspective, when they're coming in, they should feel really good about the facility. It may have some work to get everyone aligned on what it should look like, but that was the pure intent here. You know, we have new escalators going in here. And last time that PDC looked at this way back when, this was all just open. But it was 2014, so it wasn't 10 years later. We just feel a real need to try to kind of modernize this building. Obviously, still being surrounded by all the incredible architecture from 97.
you know, I think what you're hearing from us is we couldn't agree more about the importance of this and the kind of magnificence of the experience of the US Open. And we hope it will stay what it is for the rest of time. But I think this elevation is very telling because like you say, it's not about selling the ticket, like it's about arrival. It's about a narrative that we're telling the world about what tennis means in Queens, in New York City, in America. And I think if you look at this drawing, this does not make a visitor, I think that I'm going to put it in the positive. There are ways that this could make a visitor feel that I have arrived at what would be a once in a lifetime grand experience where I'm participating in a global event.
Sure.
Right? We can do that in New York. We do that all the time. This can do that, but it's not doing that yet. And it's not about the expenditure. Like we just looked at fencing around the Staten Island Zoo. And there are very strict regulations about fencing around zoos. The American Zoo Association dictates that. And the designers used within those guidelines, created some kind of whimsical animal silhouettes. And then they used parks fencing to do things that looked like tree branching. And again, it wasn't about the money, but it was about the integrity with the experience. And if I'm walking up to this stadium, I should feel that I'm having a global experience, that it's grand in the way that I know you all understand it to be and want it to be. And all we're saying is we're not redesigning it for you, you know, but we're saying this is not there yet. And I think Jimmy's comment about the verticality and the kind of carceral quality of that you know, as much as we want to say, no, it's not, it's just the louvers, whatever. In this moment in time in this city, it is. Right. So it just is. So, you know, and maybe it wasn't when you first sort of thought about those vertical veils, but it is now. So, I mean, I think it's important to look at this in, you know, all as one, like when I get out of where I come across the Passerelle and I'm walking there, I want to feel the way you want me to feel that this is it. This is it. I could go somewhere else, but that's like what Updike said about New York. Like in some sense, the other ones are just kidding, right? That's what you should feel when you come here. And it's not quite there yet.
Understood.
Yeah.
And I would just add, obviously, and you know better that this square is already an amazing space.
Yeah.
Right, in New York City, right? When you're at the Open, right, folks gather to watch, you know, the matches or the updates, they're up on the board. you've already got, right? And of course, it's New York City, so there are people watching other people experience this, which makes for part of the experience. And so you've got people up at the glass terrace there, right? They're looking over the park, they're looking at people, they're looking at everything's happening there. I just feel like with the vertical louvers, bars, it's sort of an obstruction to all of that beauty, right? All of that New York-ness that's happening at the US Open in this glorious plaza where the fountains are going. You've got statues, right? We've got the folks overlooking, there's that restaurant, bar terrace, just to the left of where you are, Danny, right, in the US Open. And that's the magic of the US Open. And I feel like this, at least this elevation doesn't represent that.
Are there other comments on this before Matthew moves on to the next part of his presentation?
Thank you. I may have missed the space above the monitors. What is that?
That is currently open space. So there's a slab that comes across here, where all of the club levels are. And then we have the monitors that are basically entertaining the entire South Plaza.
It's really an empty void behind it. Because all the activity to get up to this level goes that way. So it's external to this. If you go deep in there, if you go 40 feet in there, then you've got concourses for the street levels. But they're not out here.
Does it serve a function? Does it bring in air? I'm just trying to understand what you say. It's a void. So
It's a leftover because we have floor space here.
Right.
And we have floor space here all the way around. So this is the void in between those two floors that happens to be very tall.
In general, to your point though, yes, we need a lot of air because of the way this building is designed. When the roof is closed, we have to bring a lot of natural air into the building.
Okay. So that sort of has to stay as is.
It needs to be, it couldn't be sealed, but it could be something if necessary, if required.
But again, I think to not to be restate the point, but I'll restate the point. It reads like a leftover. Also, I think that's what you're asking the question about. And here it is. It's like the entrance to the stadium. So you want to feel like every inch of it is sending the message that Daniel described earlier, like this is it, right? So I mean, I think you've done so much in the way of with the part that we're about to talk about, the stadium seating, et cetera, and making the people the thing. So maybe there's something there that could be even the circulation of the escalators, maybe the visibility of that is the design. I don't know, that's for you to design, but something to consider.
Okay, good. And that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Okay, would you like to continue?
Yes. Are you switching for me? Thank you. All right. So same drill. There's a number of questions here that I'd like to make sure I get to answer. Context, certainly we know that. Let's see here. I guess we'll just simply start here with the existing parking lot, the existing retail building here, and then that gone, and that's our hospitality hub and our new player performance in terms of context. Essentially, these two hugging on both sides, hugging Ash. This is our current view from the Passerelle main view. Most people come this way, and that is looking back in between the two, Armstrong. So this is our location back behind. I think we continue moving around there. This area that's fenced in and used for back of house is the area we're talking about. So we're gaining all of that space on campus. This is looking back out from that space down the backside. Again, okay, so let me take a pause here. So we have Armstrong on our right. We're looking west at the east side. And this is where now this hospitality hub comes in and peeks out. Obviously, we didn't want it to obstruct the view of the east entry, but this is where it peeks out and how it sits on the site. And again, thinking of this as a Folly building. It's a place to play. It's a place you can come sit and rest during the afternoon without spending a dime. There's obviously the opportunity to get food and beverage and retail, but this whole pavilion is for viewing a new huge screen on the side of Armstrong. Looking now south, it's our new screening on the loading side, and then focusing on this hospitality hub. You'd made a really good call about the elevator being in the back, which had additional purposes, but I think this makes a lot of sense. We appreciate the help on that because frankly, it is much more hospitable. The opportunity on these two levels, lower level and upper level, are filled with barrier-free positions. So we have the ability for folks of all capabilities, I think it was asked, to make sure there's a place and a way to get there. So we have the ramp that comes up to the lower one and the elevator that goes up to that level. I'm going to just jump ahead for, yeah, there we go. This just kind of explains it. That's how we have the ramping coming up so we can have that level of seating. We can have this level of seating, but there is no opportunity in the middle due to the head heights inside. So there was a question about shading. And as we look at the opportunity, we've got some shading in the morning from Armstrong. And then we have, high noon where we're going to have sun. So probably 11 to 1, we get a lot of sun in here. And then 2 p.m. it starts to become halfway shaded, and 4 p.m. it's fully shaded. These types of areas are generally used in the afternoon because most folks come on campus, they want to go see tennis, they're squirreling around on all the courts or up in Ash. This tends to be sort of the afternoon hangout. So this all, we feel, tends to work pretty well on just the natural positioning of it. I apologize, this is simply a repeat of noon. This should be fully covered like the sun study shows in the prior slide. The section with the retail underneath, entertainment above, viewing, and then in composition with the other two Follies. So we've got the old, it was Heineken Pavilion, it was Mercedes, but again, these were distinctly different animals from the stadiums and the other facilities that again evoked kind of a playtime. Those thought of these as almost little tree houses, if you will. Elevation on looking from the east. This is the east elevation, and again more of the materiality that we're drawing our palette from. And then again, making sure that we have it loaded up with landscaping. So this feels like a really almost giant hill to play on. Player performance is next. Would you like to ask any questions on that?
Yeah. I think
Okay.
that if you're comfortable with that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Go ahead.
So can you go back to the, I guess the main, one of the elevations on this one?
Elevation or rendering, which would you prefer?
The first one where you show actually, yeah, that's fine. So let's stay there.
Okay.
Because that sort of covers everything. I may disagree with some of my commissioners. I like this. I like demolishing the old souvenir shop and the view corridor that's going to come in. We all come into the US Open off the 7 train. I like that a lot. And then having just been to Wimbledon, this is not Henman Hill, but it's sort of evocative of Henman Hill, right? And I like the Folly areas. I like the other two. People can sit on the decks and look at all the people watching that happens at the US Open. My only concern about this particular piece is ADA accessibility. Now you mentioned it, right? That the lower portion and the upper portion, totally accessible, right? but not those individual steps. And my only concern for you all and for the project, right, is because of another project that I'm aware of, where I think that thinking was also deployed, but I don't think it worked out that way. And I think it was sort of deemed that every single step needed to be equally accessible. I'm not sure, I'm not a lawyer, but that's where I was coming from with this project, is that I think there was another project that had a very similar thought, that if it was accessible at the top and accessible at the bottom, you were good. But then it didn't work out that way, and everything had to be completely accessible. You know what I'm saying?
I do exactly. And I've probably been through dozens and dozens of stadiums and arenas, and we deal with this issue all the time with consultants and the folks that we need to. Typically, it's where you have access to a concourse. There's never a venue that has an interstitial barrier-free locations. It's always where they have access to come and go. And I think part of that may have to do with the ability, if there's a fire, if there's an emergency, for instance, the idea of looping all the way back up and down with ramping, which we thought of, would be hazardous or perilous to somebody. So that's been my years of my understanding for about 30 years in this specific kind of industry.
Yeah, I was going to say, if ADA is not an issue for them.
There are very specific ADA regulations for places of assembly.
Mm-hmm.
They require compliant seating. Compliant seating can be at the top, can be at the bottom, but the idea of compliant seating is that you're providing a disabled person the same viewing opportunity and the same experience as anybody else in town. So you mentioned that there's a ramp coming up to the bottom area, but your plans don't show where the companion seating is and how many. And there are, again, ADA regulations about how many you need to have per the amount of linear feet of seating.
Yeah. So
similar at the top.
Right.
Where would a person in a wheelchair be situated?
So they'd be here and their companion would be there. And the same with down here, they would be there and their companion. So we have a companion seat with every barrier.
What are these rectangles representing?
Well, that's the classic way of showing it on
That's your 48 by 30?
Yeah, on a plan for this type.
So you're basically saying they only go at this bottom area, they only go at that top area. What if somebody were to say, I wanna go to the grassy area on the top? That's an experience that neither of these are providing. Is there a way?
I'm sorry, on the top.
On the top, if we go back to the section? Yes, exactly. So you're covering the bottom, you're covering the top, but you're not covering that middle section, which seems like simply that you could fit a ramp to just service that top grassy area where that bench is and have equal opportunity there as well. Is that something that could be looked at?
It is. I'm not sure I understand the point though. What is the difference? These are all the same and your position here is no different than your position there.
I think it could be perceived as different because on the top you're sitting within a restaurant area. And that first step above is the more loose area. So all I'm saying is if we can look and make sure that you have, in my opinion, 3 experiences, the one at the bottom, the grassy area and the top and the restaurant area. If all of those could include accessibility measures to the percentage that is required based on a place of assembly, then I think all of these other potential, readings of it that are more subjective can go away, right? That's one thing. The second thing is, I think it's a very elegant structure. I agree with Jimmy. I like it. But the renderings are also not showing handrails or other elements that will facilitate movement. And I want to make sure that introducing those later on does not compromise the elegance of your piece. So trying to integrate them early on in a way that provides, again, accessibility for all abilities, but doesn't take away from it. We do see a lot of projects where an addition later on becomes bulky and unwanted.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that totally makes sense.
Do you have an image that shows if I'm sitting there, what's my view? What am I looking at?
I know we have
This,
this. I don't know.
yeah, it's a video screen on Armstrong that you can.
It's a video screen.
Yes.
So can I see out towards the city from the side, or you can only look at the video screen?
There's nowhere in that area that you'll be able to
There's
see.
no, okay.
You're really tucked in between those two buildings.
Basically,
Yeah.
The edge of the video screen there, but to the north would basically be Meridian Road and the train tracks.
Right.
A true back of house area
I
that we're
see.
trying to mask.
Right, got it, okay. Thank you.
Could you go back to, it's maybe 40 feet back, the view when you're approaching this? I'm sorry, maybe perhaps it was the next slide.
I think, there it
There.
is. Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm just going to say this. I think that I love the US Open. I have been, I appreciate the experience. I like this structure on its own very much. I think the problem I'm having today and with this project is we are being asked, this to my mind bears no relation to any of the architecture around it. And I understand you say it's a folly and the other two follies also have different architectural forms. But I think it's a challenge for me and for some of us, I think, to review these things that are, to me, have no connection. They may have a functional connection, but they have no aesthetic connection. Like it looks like it really does look like it's kind of plopped down. And I guess that's the way it is. The site is a challenging site, and that's just how it's accumulated over the years. I just want to say this is on parkland, city property. I think it's on parkland.
Yes.
We would never, if we were looking at a park and we were looking at a structure like this, we would never approve it. I think it's fair to say we would not approve it, or we would spend a lot of time looking how it relates to the context of other structures within the park. And I think we'd have a lot of, I'm not going to say we, I would have a lot of questions about how does it fit in? And I have the same, I don't need to repeat it. I'm going to have the same concern for the next building, which is a completely different style. And I just think maybe that's just the way it is, but it concerns me that we're reviewing it. And I feel like the rules are a little different for reviewing this. And we're being asked to, I feel like I'm being asked to suspend the way I would normally look at a project. So I just want to say that, not that I don't think this is a neat project. I like it very much. I just don't think it fits at all. And I don't think it has any relationship to surrounding buildings.
So I think maybe it's a matter of perspective of context then, because when you talk about surrounding buildings, I'm assuming you're talking about outside of the campus of US Open.
Talking about the stadium, I'm talking about the buildings on the campus.
Oh, you are? Okay, so the whole idea of, where did I put that? Sorry. There we go. So the idea, or the reason we put this together was to illustrate exactly that point. These are intentionally meant to be almost like a jungle gym on a park. It is a different style to purposely, I think, stop people and evoke that. And I think that's from day one, that was our thinking and our intent.
And if you were to turn 90 degrees from this corner, this is the east side. If you go to the south side, these two buildings are on the south side of the building. So this is attempting to do the same thing on the east side that it's already doing on the south side.
And I would say part of the issue and why this one reads differently than the others is that the others are a true folly. They are kind of a freestanding building. This one's in the corner against the facade of the stadium and against a wall. And in doing that, it reads differently, and it begs to have a stronger relationship to its immediate architecture. Whereas the other ones I think are very successful because they are this object, this sculptural object
Right.
in an open field.
Right. I mean, this isn't not a folly, in fact, right? It's a folly would be like a little structure in a park. This is landscape. You created a hill, as you said, like there is at Wimbledon. And so as such, it's sort of asking to have integrity with the overall circulation and architectural language that's deployed in the rest of the campus. So in some ways, you talked earlier about design guidelines. And I think in a way, a little bit what we're missing is this kind of overall, if the idea is that this is the most magnificent tennis site in the world, and that's what we're trying to communicate, then I think the strength of the architectural language and the strength of the landscape detailing and landscape constructions are all of a piece, so that as you move around, you don't feel like there's a thing here and there's a thing there and a different material here and a different color there, but rather I've now entered USTA world and it feels of a piece. So, I mean, I don't disagree with Isabel and Jimmy that there is a kind of pleasure in this gathering space, but it is in some ways like a kind of thing tucked in and plunked down. And I think it would be helpful to think about it as landscape as opposed to a folly.
And I think it would be great to add to the landscape aspect of it, but is the whole campus seems, I mean, I don't see anything that matches in this campus that makes it an
Well, that's the
entity
point,
that
yes.
Well, then one more thing that doesn't, that's attractive is an addition to me. It's not a negative. You'd have to redo the whole thing to get the grand classical arrival that you're describing to me.
I don't know. I think if the facade, there are ways that you can detail things that they're of a piece. They don't all have to be, we're not doing Versailles here. It's not going to have that kind of integrity as one landscape. But I think there can be ways that this sort of folly, if we want to call it that, reads more as part of the south facade. As you move about it, it comes around and there's a kind of unity to the entirety of the landscape, keeping this slope, which would be, I think, kind of delightful to hang out on. That's kind of what if I may, that's sort of what you're,
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I think the intention, I wouldn't call it landscape. I think it's a real like 50-50 integration of folly and landscape. So yes, it is different from the others because you're right, the placement. I think it's clear that this is not attached, right? It is 25 feet away, and I recognize that that's close in terms of proximity, but it's separate. I hear what you're saying, and I understand.
It might be helpful to look at a kind of circulation study of like how you would move about the campus and how it would feel in coming from the different parts of it, what you're looking at and how it feels would be.
Circulation around the whole background for why we did this. If you were able to go to an image.
Which one, Danny?
It's the Octagon is our Broadway. It's where the main street is.
Right.
And we're trying to just take an area that's just way too congested and open it up. And bring landscape elements to that. So yeah, you can just stay right here. So
Sorry, I was trying to get that image. That one, or no?
The plan, the site plan.
Oh, sorry.
Because to that end, I really like what you're saying.
Here. Yeah. And all this traffic is what happens. So
Yeah.
you're able to tuck it to an area that's completely underutilized.
To
And
that
look
end,
at this building in every direction. At first, they had the coming down this way, but the video screen being something that was just, it didn't work. And then if you try to turn it the other way, then you're blocking off everywhere. So this is truly the only way we could make it work.
did you ever explore flipping it so that the building is taking care of the dead end wall and kind of creating a terminus to this open space, and the steps are still looking at the wall they're looking at, but can turn around and also engage the promenade?
I'm sorry, looking this
Flip
way,
it.
you're saying?
No, flip it. Put the building where those trees are. mirror it.
That's what we're saying, but then that forced us to put the video screen.
No. Keep it how you have it. Flip the L-shaped relationship.
Oh, on that end.
Exactly. So it's more open to the promenade. The building creates an architectural terminus to what is right now a wall. And you still have the same relationship of the steps to the screen, but the steps are more visible to the general public.
The difficulty for us with
Yeah.
that, yes, we did look at that. The difficulty for us is it's replacing this retail location here.
Mhm.
So if we tuck that back a house here, no one would see it.
I think it just also feels like a bit of a dead end and something you would find if you know about it. Maybe that's the intent, make it very exclusive, but not, it's just tucked in the corner, basically. I would like to see those steps be a little more exposed.
During the course of a day, you probably have 30 to 40,000 people passing right by this corner. So it not necessarily tucked away. They're all pretty much passing by it.
What I'm saying is the reading of the steps is not as evident, especially on your renderings. What you really read is the building and the retail, which granted, yes, you do want the retail to be very visible, but you don't quite see what's past it.
So you're proposing to flip the retail to the other side? I mean, in a way, the retail blocks it. If you flip the retail to the other side, then you could see
All of those people coming down that, if you could go back to the plan. Just something to consider to the site plan of the
Oh.
whole site. If the retail were here and these stairs slid over, then you would still see the screen here, but you would also see and be seen by people coming in. It would be like the stairs at Times Square. It would be another.
Just going back on the point, the retail's on the first floor and no one would see it back there.
Well, maybe there's, again, we're not here, it's not, but something to consider for you.
So, is this on?
I think so.
Sorry, I also just want to remind everyone, we have 10 minutes to wrap up the second building too, because we are an
So
hour
perhaps you could-
behind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just keep going.
Okay.
Okay, context, I think we've probably spent enough time on context. We will move around. This building right here, the Credential Building and Transportation, that's in this same category of support buildings. So that's sort of the vocabulary it was initially thought of as modern, quiet backdrop type of thing. So there's our site from the air. And then as we go in, there was question about the elevations and the intent. And so I'm jumping ahead. Jumping ahead because it's very clear, much more clear on the elevations of what is happening. There was a question of how does the facades represent what was happening behind, and the main focus is the south. This is a player's building, and they're looking out at the practice courts and all at campus. On the other sides, on the west, the north, they have the public, the park. On the east, they've got Ash in between. So that is the whole focus. That's why we have this big 2-story atrium space. Particularly international players, but almost all players today all want to be outside. So we have dining outside, lounges outside, warm up outside, et cetera. So there's a big chunk of space that is outside. The north is just about the opposite. We have stair towers in 3 corners, and each of them are this similar, shrouded with the metal panel that we've used on other buildings, and then the open perf, so you can see, get air and movement, and it's a little more dynamic seeing people going up and down. The northwest corner is the only one that's not utilized as a stair, but it sits in prominence to the park, so we played up its stature. East facade, west facade, east facade, that's the bridge we talked about and the connectivity to Ash up above. And then on the west facade, again, is facing Meridian. It's a very public road. We have a lot of where we have the solid elements. We have locker rooms and spaces inside that don't want to be seen and look out. We have slits up above, though, a translucent product to get light in. And then continuously, we have the perfed metal on the lower level for the air movement on the east and west. North and south are different. And I'll get to those in the renderings. So there we go. So again, the south facade, I think it's quite evident what it's doing. Stair towers on the corners, framing the whole building, framing the inside. And then southwest corner of the building, that's the kind of the 90 degrees view of that stair tower. We've got open areas up above for lounging, dining for the players. And then back there and on these two levels below is that mesh material to allow circulation, but still create some screening for the cars. And then we worked on expanding, moving the building back so we had more room for landscape, texturing the side of that building where folks may be going by, taking a step back on that same lane. This is the main corner where players come and go. It looks like this. If we're looking down that vista between Ash and the Player Performance Building, that's their bridge across. This is their main entrance. They get there by pulling up underneath this big porte cochere. We tried warming things up with the wood ceiling. And that's their main prime entrance. They go in that building and they go up. And then stepping back, that is the whole facade with the bridge, the cement board rain screens, same product. We have Armstrong, and the mesh, open mesh, glass, metal, and louvers. And finally, that northwest corner.
So we don't have very much time. I want to make sure you have a chance, Manuel, to speak to any of the elements of this that I know you had thoughts.
Yeah, my comments just relate more to the overall campus aspect of signage. And just very generally, I think the sign types and how they're tied to the building types, I think could use more definition. Sometimes, there's a common typeface that's used throughout, but it's treated in different ways. Like sometimes it's tracked out really widely, sometimes it's tighter. And so I think watching for a consistency in those approaches. I also think some of the entrance, I think it's the large numbers, they're already built, but those you can see they're another typeface too. So I think thinking of continuity, throughout how signage is done, I think is important to do. And especially I think when you think of like that entrance, the Billie Jean signage too. And, I think maybe having like an overall kind of diagram or, some kind of standard that, says, here's how we're naming, the kind of main USTA sort of like buildings. Here's its relationship to, the occupants or the sponsors. Here's how US Open as a kind of premier event is framed and all of that, because there's a lot of elements. And I think, there's a kind of danger of it becoming too much of a kind of like hodgepodge of different things. And so I don't know if we, that's not within the scope, I guess, of this presentation, but I think, at another level, I think that clarity, I think would be, great to see.
Yeah. We've tried, you're probably right. This probably hasn't been as consistent. We tried to maintain Helvetica throughout, similar kerning. But I don't doubt that has happened. And the only distinct differentiator is just the US Open logo itself, which is in lowercase. But those should really be the only two we're using.
Well, US Open, that's kind of a branded event. And so, I'm not saying that should change, but I think there should just be a consideration of the hierarchy of how all of those, because you're expressing the entire campus through the signage, each individual building, but then it's housing, this kind of event, this branded premier event, but then also there are a lot of different kind of like tenants, like, Heineken or Mercedes, the other brands too. So I think having a plan around that, helps to give it a bit of consistency and, clarity ultimately. Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other, before I just summarize, any other comments specific to the performance building? Okay, so first of all, I just want to say thank you very much for the completeness of your presentation and the ambitions that you're bringing to this. We all are very excited about this project and what it does for our city. I think what you're hearing from us in general is a kind of desire for an overall coherence of what we want this to be, and then the kind of materiality of the site across the site, and even extending into the hierarchy of the signage that we're concerned that there's a sort of fragmenting or fracturing of it as a whole. With regard specifically to Ash, I think you heard us on just kind of taking a second look at the south facade. And then with regard to the hospitality hub, Isabel's questions around accessibility, we'd love to know more about that. And then the detailing of how the handrails, et cetera, work. And then just we would love to see you explore how that can perhaps move to the south or become more integral and not sort of in the corner, because we feel it would be a delightful, desired spot. So we look forward to the next presentation. And I want to end by saying that not infrequently we do workshops with designers. Sometimes it's helpful to have peers. And we would offer, because this is such an important project, such a workshop, we could do it on site with you and your team. So that's something for you to consider.
Right.
You can come
Right.
back to us about it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you all. Appreciate the comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel.
Tremendous time commitment, so I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is Merrill. I just have to say it was unbelievable listening into that discussion. Bill, I think your points were actually so accurate.
Like a massive dead space.
Okay, everyone. Shh. We're going to begin again. Can I have everyone's attention, please?
Yeah.
Okay. Our next committee meeting item is the combined presentation for the preliminary review of the reconstruction of the East River Esplanade. Shh. I'm going to say that again. Our next committee meeting item is the combined presentation for the preliminary review of the reconstruction of the East River Esplanade and the conceptual review of the installation of water table by Jerome Hafford at the East River Esplanade in Manhattan. We will not hear public testimony or vote on this project today. and you may begin. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon, commissioners and attendees. I'm Gail Rothstein from EDC. Your presenters today for the 107th Street Pier and Esplanade is Gentry Lock from Stantec, Yadiel Rivera from Marble, and then the artist Jerome Hafford will present his art table.
Thanks, Gail.
Sorry.
Do I need this mic if I have this one? It's on. Oh, okay, all right. Okay, thank you all. So just a reminder, this is a reconstruction of the Esplanade between 94th Street and 107th Street, and includes the pier at 107th Street and then picks up again at 117th Street to 124th Street. And I will go through a lot of these slides quickly because I know you've seen these. So this is just the site context of where it is in relation to the neighborhood. This just shows that we're designing for sea level rise. We are prone to flooding in this area. We do have an archaeologist on our team that's been observing the location of the historic bulkhead. And then just some historic context of the pier, what it used to be. We are coordinating with SHPO. We have had a meeting with them recently to show the design updates, and they have no comments on the design. And then just going through existing conditions. It's really in really poor shape now. A lot of the trees haven't survived. We are removing, since we're elevating the Esplanade, we will be removing most of the trees that are within the project limits. And as we move north, this is the northern area. We are preserving some of the trees as we start to ramp down to meet grade at the project to the north, which is the Manhattan Greenway Harlem River project. Just some photos of what this area looks like. The width is very, narrow in areas. It gets as narrow as about 9 feet in some locations. We are meeting this is at the 103rd Street and Wards Island pedestrian bridge. And this is the condition of the pier, which is closed to the public because it's unsafe to go out there right now. How old is the pier? Yes, 1930s. And then as we move north, this is at the 120th Street pedestrian bridge, which is going to also be built under, a new bridge will be built under a separate contract by TVTA. And then this is the northern section where we widen out to meet the project to the north. I had already mentioned kind of some of the pinch points and with issues that we have on the project. We do have some great views along the Esplanade of the Triborough Bridge, as well as the Wards Island Bridge, Randall's Island. And here's the plan of the existing pier that will be completely demolished. So we've had a pretty extensive and engaging community engagement process where we have met with the community in several times through workshops. We've had a walkthrough with them of the project site. We've had pop-ups. We met with them again in June as we progressed design to concept at that time. And then we met with them again on April 4th of this year to show them the preliminary design. Some of those key takeaways is wanting to have a safe and continuous path, calm, quiet, lots of tree canopy, benches for seating, vegetation. For the pier, they really want that space to be activated with people, and used as gathering, as shade structure. So as we go into the design of the project, here's that width study that we did again. The proposed elevation of the project, we are elevating it about 2 to 3 feet to account for sea level rise. And
And much of the parameters, excuse me, much of the design parameters of this project are dictated by the width of the esplanade. Where we have a narrower width, it's going to be a shared use path with a planting buffer. And then where we have a wider esplanade, we will have a separated bike path with a 4-foot planting buffer between the bikeway and the FDR highway, as well as a larger planting median that separates the pedestrian walkway with the bikeway. As I mentioned, we are removing most of the trees, which is close to, it was 66 trees, but now we're removing a few more just because we're extending the project a little bit further to the north as we meet grade. But take note, we are adding in a lot more trees. We have proposed currently about 262 trees that will be planted along the esplanade. So as we zoom in a little bit more, we'll start from the south. This is at 94th Street where we meet grade with the existing esplanade. This is a narrow area where we have a shared use path with planting. And then when we get to 96th Street, this is our only at grade entrance. So we will keep the esplanade high while we ramp down to meet grade at the existing grade at 96th Street in this area. We're also bumping out the esplanade a little bit here because just to create a little bit more space and access here. These are just some of those views. And then as we work north, this is from 97th to 98th. It's still a shared use path in this area because space is limited. But once we get up to 99th Street, we separate into a separated bike path. And along the way, we have a variety of seating along the way. And then at 101st Street, this is one of those areas where we have opportunity to extend out in the water. This was a community desire to not just have the one pier, but to have a few more bump outs along the way if that's possible. So we're also using this as a turning point too for any maintenance vehicles that need to be on here. It does allow for a vehicle to turn in this area. We also have a kids play area too with various boulder seating and other seating elements for the kids, as well as lounge seating to the south here. Some of those views. And it's all new materials here, hex pavers, and then we've got concrete pavers that are really the same materials that are being used on the pier. So those bump outs kind of help to connect the same materials that we're using on the pier. And then as we work our way north, this is at 102nd Street where we need to kind of accommodate for the pedestrian bridge, which is not in our scope. So we are going back to a shared use path in this area. And here's the view just looking back south at that bump out again. And then as we get to about 104th Street, it gets wide enough again to have a separated bike path. And this is an area where we have adult fitness too. We worked a lot with the Parks Department to have have equipment here that's fully accessible, that the Parks Department approves of, and as well as we have a lean bar, which is a standard material that DOT often uses, that kind of helps also separate the adult fitness area with the bike path that's on the other side for safety reasons. And here's a view of that. And then we're still at an area where we have a separated bike path. We did we had an opportunity to put some interactive musical play in this area. So that is the layout that's shown here. It's surrounded by a lot of trees and shade. And then as we approach the entrance to the pier, there's two entrances to the pier, which Jadiel will go over in more detail when we get to the design of the pier. And then we jump up to 117th Street here, where we are at a shared use path again. We have another one of those bump outs up in this area as well. with some opportunity for some plants and shade on this bump out. And here's a view of that. And then this is at the 120th Street Bridge, and we're continuing to coordinate with TBTA when that project happens, but this is the proposed footprint of that pedestrian bridge, and we're planning to meet grade there. This is again looking back at the bump out. We have some cafe seating and game tables over off to the side in this area. This is an area, there's not too much we can do in this area. This is just the existing footprint of the Esplanade where it gets as narrow as 10 feet in this area. But then as we just get north to about 124th Street, it does widen out. And this is really a unique area where we can have a lot of trees with shade and have a little bit more of a park-like feeling with picnic tables, lawn area, where we come back down and meet grade of the Manhattan Harlem River Greenway. This just shows kind of the pedestrian bicycle circulation. The main access for vehicles is at 96th Street. They could come from 84th Street as well. And then there's a few places where they're able to turn around, and then they can come up from 127th Street as well. And with that, I will hand it off to Jadiel.
All right, so just as a reminder, the pier, which it's been there since the 1930s, it's in a state of disrepair. It's been closed since 2018 for those reasons, and it has to be taken down, and a new pier has to be rebuilt. But we took inspiration, or we took sort of like some key features from the existing pier into consideration in our new design, as well as like the feedback that we received from the community. Three things that we want to focus on. One is the pier is not ADA accessible. It has this like raised platform in the middle that is supposed to be for gatherings and events, but it doesn't allow for any kind of accessibility. The second, and it's also not integrated with the sort of circulation of the Esplanade. It's right, kind of like a stopping point. You have to turn, you have to go in, and you have to be very, you have to sort of make that decision, right? Like all the time, very conscious decision. The second is that the pier has, great views down and up the river, and we want to consider that and keep that as part of the design intent. And the third is like, there's a need for shade. We're out in the water and along the Esplanade, and people really want an area where they can actually sit under a shaded area. So yes, the existing pier has a shaded element, but that shaded element is very low, it's very dark, it's covered completely. So the space below that was never being able to use properly because it sort of created a very dark condition. So as we develop ideas for the pier and we share ideas with the community, one of the main moves that we're doing is that we're actually like creating 2 entry points to the pier, and sort of extends this arm south so that circulation that comes from the south has some sort of an easy way of coming in and out of the pier, and then out into the north area of it. And this sort of like integrates the pier a little bit better into the circulation of the Esplanade. The second is take advantage of those views and actually like direct or lay out the pier in a way that highlights those open views, right? So not only in one direction, but like very intentionally pointing at people in different directions, so where, either the Wards Island Bridge or, Randall's Island. And actually, I think this is the conceptual. So the revised version. And then the third one is the shade element, a shade structure, which, people wanted, and we're putting it in a central space where we're actually designating as a main gathering space for the pier, for the community to do events and different kinds of activities. Again, a couple of views here and a little bit of programming. I'm gonna go quickly through some of these to go into the latest plan. So the shape of the pier and the footprint of the pier sort of takes into consideration the existing square footage of the existing pier and sort of redistributes that footprint into a different layout. So the northern edge of the pier is sort of aligned with the more or less the edge of the existing pier. And then if you see in the south, we're sort of carving out space, but that area is put into this sort of connecting bridge. We're calling the picnic bridge. So you have the picnic bridge, you have here a cove that we're using for ecological enhancements area. We have a variety of seating arrangements along the pier in different areas. We have the central gathering space with the outline of the canopy structure here, and we're calling this also underneath the seating steps, which are double-sided. You can sit facing north and you can sit facing south. And then the tip of the pier, we kept open to the air and also provided a variety of sitting opportunities there for everyone to be able to enjoy the amazing views at the end of the pier, sort of a calm, quiet space. Couple of sections. The different type of sittings again. I'm just gonna go quickly through the different spaces. So as you can see, the picnic bridge allows for plenty space for circulation in and out, but it also provides this sort of fixed picnic tables with umbrellas, different sizes, and with obviously with companion seating areas. And it sort of provides space for different groups of families, which we heard a lot during the community engagement process that, there's families that come here, want to enjoy the pier, want to sit down and have a picnic. The cove, as you can see, it's not closed, it's open, right? So like the water goes through underneath, and it just sort of creates a lot of more protected area, and that's where we're thinking of the ecological enhancements. And you can also see here, that's the placement of the art that Jerome is going to be talking about later. For sake of clarity, we also faded or made the canopy transparent here, but this is the main element. And we are providing here a lot of seating opportunity. The idea will be that, maybe sometimes there are performers out here, and you will be sitting these seating steps that also integrate some sittings with backs in it, and also allows for companion seating at the lower level, but also there's opportunities for companion seating at the upper levels, which could be used double-sided, or you can sit there facing north or facing south. The orientation of this, and you see the slight angle, it's towards the main view down the river, Wards Island Bridge. It's a key feature there, so like you get the best backdrop as you're sort of facing in that direction. The tip of the pier, again, we were saying we're providing a variety of sitting here opportunities. We have sort of seating arrangements that create the opportunity for outdoor gatherings or outdoor classrooms. There are a lot of kids in our community engagement sessions where, and schools across the FDR that use the Esplanade for giving classes, So this provides an opportunity for that to become that space. But then as you move to the tip, you have loungers, you have benches that are on a glider. So like basically they move, they swing a little bit. It's not a full swing. It's just like it glides back and forth, very controlled. But you also provide benches that allow for people that want to sit with back, to actually enjoy the views in the same way that people that maybe use the lounger can, right? And there's some people that loungers are not as accessible for, right? So last, to focus on the shade canopy, basically we wanted to primarily get rid of that sense of darkness and enclosure that the pier has today. And we wanted to create a structure that's light, that is airy, that sort of takes inspiration from the movement of water, or like, the way that sails move with the wind, right? We are doing a fully steel structure. We're using stainless steel for the structural members, while we're using then coated steel for the panels that are kind of arranged in a concave and a convex way. that as you move to the inner parts of the canopy, it provides sort of more openness to below. The way that we place the canopy was sort of slightly biased to the south, or actually the benches actually slightly biased to the north, so that you get all the shadow at the key moments of the year during the summer, directly falling on top of the seating arrangement. So you technically don't get a moment of the year where the sitting areas are not like, you know, or at least in the summer, where they are not under shade, right? So the key was that as the shadow moves throughout the day, you always get that area as shaded. And the intent of the canopy, I know we were questions about that, was that it was a shade, a solar sort of shading device. It was not necessarily conceived as a weather sort of protection device. And there's various reasons for that, and maybe we can go down into the questions, but okay, a couple of views of that shading device and how it interacts with the seating elements at the base. And just a quick walkthrough, and this is the last part, I think, of this presentation. So looking at the pier at the distance from the Esplanade, where it sort of creates that splay connection and the picnic bridge, getting into the picnic bridge and the type of sort of activity you'll see there. And, you know, an opportunity also for education with the ecological enhancements that may happen here. And those may be reef balls or, you know, oysters. Views, the best views down on that performance area, south with the Wards Island Bridge and Queens Skyway skyline in the backdrop. The opportunity at the tip of that becoming a little bit of a gathering for kids, or even an outdoor classroom opportunity, or just, you know, amazing relaxed views, openness with different varieties of sittings. And I'll leave you with the aerial view just so that you get a little bit of overview sense at the end of how everything is connected. You have the picnic bridge and the two connections to the Esplanade. You have the central space with the canopy space, and you have the pier tip with open views and a variety of seating arrangements for everyone to enjoy.
And then just to wrap up with some of the materials and furnishings for the project, we're using hex pavers. A lot of the hex pavers actually match the hex pavers that are at Manhattan Harlem River Greenway, so that there's kind of this continuous seamless connection between the two projects. And then concrete pavers at these key moments where we have these kind of these special moments at these bump outs that are match the same materials that are at the pier. Detectable warning pavers, of course, where we have the Esplanade meeting the bike path. And then we'll have street ID pavers as well. That will be probably in more detail in the signage package when we bring that to you. And then some of the other furnishings, some lounge chairs. We have some rail seating at those overwater extension areas, picnic tables, a lot of benches, bottle fillers, bike racks. And then some other, most of these are all standard parks details. We have also some cafe tables and chairs. We have some kids level chairs as well, the lean bar. And then the crash rated gate and pollard that would happen at 96th Street. Some of these are some of the same materials I had mentioned a little bit ago. And Jadiel talked about the seating at the pier. This is the musical play, all stainless steel. And then the equipment that we've been working with on the Parks Department with some safety surfaces. And then there's the palette of plants and trees that we propose on this project, which are all native and very tolerant to wind and salt spray. And that would be the end of this presentation. Are there questions?
Thanks, Gentry and Yadiel. Commissioners, should we, would you prefer to give comment on this, what we've seen, or have the artists present and then do it all together? Yeah, we're That's what I'm thinking. So if that's all right with your team, I think we'd like to hear from Drone. And then we'll comment on the project as a whole.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
You with the mic or this?
Hi. Can you hear me?
All brilliant. I know we're very delighted.
Okay.
Scanning food, but no luck.
Sorry.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jerome Hayford, and it's my great honor to be the artist as part of this amazing team, and have been working with this team since September, October, when I was selected. I'm a member of this community district. I live on East 127th, and I ride my city bike all around this neighborhood because my studio space is about 2 blocks from the site. So pretty familiar with it and happy to present the water table, which you see here. And I won't read through the whole narrative, but just really to introduce the piece, the water table celebrates the water's edge as a place of gathering, celebration, repair, and memory. It's on. Hello, hello. Yeah. So it celebrates the water's edge as a place of gathering, celebration, repair, and memory, and is conceived of as a multi-layered artwork that images local history and also is a piece of infrastructure for creating a space along the water's edge in particular. Very quickly, this is just some other of my works, which are sort of leading up to this. In particular, the Sankofa installation nearby at Marcus Garvey Park, which is also working with ideas of layering, weaving, and imaging history and how one does that. So the location, a small alcove adjacent to this new pool that's being created by this incredible pier design, was really chosen and then kind of reaffirmed by the team and myself as an opportunity to sort of create this pier plaza. You know, a lot of the sort of shorelines around New York, there's a kind of culture at the edge, and then there's a culture once you get on the pier. So there's really a lot of opportunity at this site and a lot of gathering at the site. And so here's a zoom in of the piece in its relationship to that pool along this edge of the water. And here's some of the early concept of the piece, again, which was really about how does one begin to inscribe this crescent shape that allows us to really gather and celebrate the water's edge. And this photograph, which I took, I've taken a series of these, attending the All Nations Powwow, which happens right across from us here at Randall's Island. This is one of the few places where you can sort of walk into the water in a sort of pseudo original shoreline condition. This was really the inspiration for this crescent shape and for this idea of the piece. And this, you know, this is something, what's beautiful about this event, but also the impetus of the artwork is that this is a sort of pan-cultural event. This is something that we all do. We all gather at the water's edge, and we all can remember how to do that. And the piece is really an invitation to that practice. And so here are some images of the kind of living archaeology that's also kind of driving the concept of the artwork. And you'll all surely recognize, I think Gentry had this, some of the, or Yadiel had some of these Viele maps, which show, I think very distinctly, another waterway, the Harlem Creek, which was, of course, originally a surface waterway that emptied out into this location and had a lot of specific sort of cultural practice associated with that spot. So that's really a kind of important driver to the sort of motif of the crescent screen that is the kind of back of this altar. So this is just the kind of some concept imagery of how we've been working. My team, Pedro Cruz, Gabriel Perez, and myself on the piece, thinking about, of course, the flow of the strands as a flow of water into the East River, but also, again, thinking about weaving and a kind of double reading there of also the sort of creek itself. So here
are the kind of initial close-ups, which I think still are very true to the two primary materials, which are a kind of custom GFRC pavers and sort of panels of the piece, which then are sort of complemented by this CNC cut steel, a backdrop of the piece. And again, taking inspiration from artworks that you can also sit on, but are not benches, like this one that I used to sit on when I was in grad school at Yale. So here's an aerial of the piece in the context, similar to the images we saw from the others. And this is an aerial view, again, of this kind of the table, which it really in this case has become this kind of fragmented altar, and then the backdrop, which will then receive these different etchings on the strands. And so here's a top view. And again, it is really nestled against the trees, where especially in the PM part of the day, you'll get a lot of shade from those trees. And then here is an esplanade view of the piece. Can very briefly touch on, so have been in conversation with a CNC steel manufacturer who I've worked with in the past, and then a couple concrete GFRC fabricators who've done work on the esplanade. So this kind of ring beam structure would then, we would have the sort of properly sized and spec'd steel as the backdrop that would also serve as the sort of backing panels for that GFRC concrete, which this is also then would be a sort of hollow structure or sort of substructure with those GFRC panels.
Jerome, I don't want to cut short your presentation of this very beautiful work, but
Finish it up.
we're very late.
Yep.
So we want to
I
give.
think I'm pretty much done. So again, those layers expanded. This is just a section view through the project. And yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Very good, thank you. Okay, so commissioners, questions and comments either on the artwork or on the rest of the work?
I'm sorry, I have to run back to Queens. I
God.
just want to say I love this so much.
Oh,
I think it's so gorgeous. And on that, I take my leave back to Queens.
Okay, bye.
I have this one.
On the artwork or the landscape, either one?
In the landscape, on the cove, you mentioned that there would be potential, I think you said ecological uses in the cove. Is that, I've sort of oriented toward the Hudson
Yeah,
River.
so the team is exploring and together with Suntec, ecological enhancements in that area, and that might translate into reef balls or and also like oyster digits.
Yeah.
in the community project.
We've shared our information with Boiling Oysters Project too, so they know that they're looking at this, they're considering this as a location for that. And we are looking at reef balls. We're kind of waiting to see what our final cut fill numbers are to see, because obviously we're working with DEC on that, and reef balls are fill. So but that's our intent, is to have some ecological stuff in there. We're also looking at keeping some of the existing pilings, which also we've done some benthetic survey, which looking at the habitat that's already on those pilings underneath. So, and there is some habitat. So we're looking at keeping some of those as well.
So I'm a big fan of the old pilings. Like I said, I'm oriented toward the Hudson River. If I think of Hudson River Park, just north of Pier 26, which is one of the Christopher Street piers, they have it's not exactly a cove. They cut in a semicircle. And there's a little bridge that you walk over. The problem with that is it's a like perfect collector of just stuff, of plastic bottles, of everything. And so it looks bad and smells bad. I think this is a slightly different setting, and there might be more of a water flow, but I would just, you may be miles ahead of me. I would just really caution you, especially if you're keeping the piles in.
Yeah.
Those all collect a lot of debris, and it's not, it smells bad and it looks bad.
I mean, so yeah, there's a current here, although not so swift of a current that there can't be any habitat here. We have had divers go down and take a look, and there is habitat growing on the existing pilings that are there now. the other thing I will say that the tide here. I don't know, was it in the other slide deck? Yeah. So the other thing is this is a little bit deeper here. So even if there is trash, you shouldn't be able to really see it because low tide doesn't ever get down to mudline here at this location. Yeah.
There's a footprint there of the existing files, but you know, we're not sure exactly which ones we'll be able to serve. And in general, what we want to do is maybe pay attention to the ones that are at the edge, because part of what we're doing is sort of like remembering the existing here and like the profile of the footprint of it.
Nothing else? Okay. All right, well, thank you all for your presentation. I think this is a very exciting project and one that the community will greatly benefit from. And I would say I really like the way you have dealt with the linear promenade, but tried to carve out spaces with different programs or different interests to break up that linearity. And I think that's happening very successfully along the promenade, happening along the pier, and happening with the artwork. I provided some super detailed comments on the promenade that we don't need to discuss here since we're running late on time. But I did just have just a larger question about this kind of cadence or sequence of spaces. And it is that you have a very long project with these moments, and it all kind of comes together here. We have the pier with this very dynamic shape that I think does a great job at bifurcating the circulation and kind of countering the linearity of the space. The pier itself has various different types of seating, and then we have your art piece in the center. And one could say this is kind of the heart of the project where everybody would gather. One could also say there's a lot going on here compared to some of the other areas. So I just want to hear as a team a little bit of your thought process on deciding of the artwork as something that complements all of these other elements, as opposed to perhaps choosing the artwork to be in another area that perhaps is more passive, that could use a moment of exclamation point.
And I want to just add before you respond, just that it is such a beautiful and elegant piece. And in some ways, we were concerned when we looked at it before that it's a little lost in the sort of busyness of this siting. That it might benefit from a place that would allow you to contemplate it in a more reflective way, because here you've provided a way to move quickly out onto the pier or across. So you're kind of, I think many people might just sort of skip that spot. And so that's what we were wondering about.
So I would say, I mean, to your point, Isabel, like it is like the pier is off, it could be construed as, you know, as a focal point of the destination of where people are going. And I think that's exactly why we also located the artwork here, because the space is more activated. It made sense that like the art would be here, in addition to the fact that your theme is about the you know, a water table, and the creek comes basically right in this location, like exact location. Yes, it's a historic location. So it all kind of came together. Plus, you know, when we're talking about you know, you're tying into the river, into the ecology, and we're already, you know, talking about doing ecology here. So to us, it made sense to have it in this location. Whereas if you have it along the Esplanade, where, you know, in some location width is an issue, and we're already, you know, programming some other things along there, we thought that the art could, you know, also get lost in those areas. And we want a place where people can, you know, take in the art, but also, you know, be close to the pier. So
yeah, I would agree. I mean, we're all pretty neurotic, and I've thought about numerous locations along as well, and shared some of the thoughts. I think just to add one more to everything you said, you know, there's thinking about also being able to view the piece from.
Yes, yeah, right.
That I think you can play pros and cons from both ends, but to really there is a sort of amount of folks who will be here on a consistent basis to just sort of amplify and inspect.
Yeah. Few additional comments.
No, I think that all makes sense, especially the fact that this is the original area of the creek. And I really appreciate your thought about seeing the art piece from multiple perspectives. I think in other areas of the promenade, I might feel a little bit just a one experience. Yes. So I think with that in mind, it still feels like a lot happening in one area. And I'm just wondering if there's ways in which you can all work together to either have a material palette that is a little bit more tied. So it's more about textures and shapes. And what I'm referring to is, for example, at least on the photos on the presentation, the asphalt hex pavers have a very different color tone than the materials we're using here. The materials you're using on your art piece are a lot more saturated. Is there a way that perhaps maybe materials can speak to each other a little bit more, specifically on the paving, to then allow the backdrop of that piece be the jewel? It's something where certain things kind of come together and neutralize itself, and other things are really exalted. And it's a similar relationship between the art piece and the canopy. I think both are very successful, but in their materiality, they're so different. I wouldn't normally say I want them to be close to each other, but they're just in such close proximity that I'm just wondering if there's some things they can take from each other so that they complement each other while still being very distinctive, unique elements.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. We can certainly take a look at, bridging those materialities a little bit more. And as far as like the proximity to the shade structure, I guess I didn't see it as really competing with each other because they seem so far apart. I don't know if you have thoughts on that, Jadiel, or not, but
No, I think that,
yeah.
I think they're far apart enough, from our perspective, to not sort of be competing, but I'm thinking, one of the things that we continue to explore, and we're exploring, as we detail the canopy, right, is the preparation pattern, for example. Maybe that's a way that we can start to communicate a little bit more. So, that's something that just thought out loud, but I think that's an opportunity maybe.
And
Yeah,
we've been
absolutely.
talking about exactly what the different shades are there of those hex pavers. And yeah, little things like that.
Yes, we're continuing to develop that and make it sure it's also constructible and maintainable. And
The devil's in the details, right? I think the framework of the project is very strong, and it's just that next level of how does everything come together? What wants to stand apart versus what wants to speak to each other, so that it does create the description that you're all having here, which is about viewing the artwork in different ways, connecting with the water and the views in different ways, but it all feels like one experience.
yes, agreed. Yeah.
So we're going to conclude the meeting in a few minutes. I want to make sure I have one more question mainly, I think, for you, Gentry, but Manuel, Carrie, you have anything to add at this time? No?
No, I think I agree with what you said, Isabel. And I think it is actually a really good example of different disciplines coming together for, one kind of urban project. So I applaud that part. And, yeah, maybe the different elements could speak together or speak to each other a bit more, but I don't have a problem with any of the citing of anything.
Can we just take a quick look at that crash gate at 95th Street?
Yes. Or you want the plan deal, or does this?
That's fine. I think that's fine, right? The rendering's fine, yeah. So I think you received our comments. We were just wondering about your response.
So we're providing access here for an F-150 truck maintenance vehicle to get up here. And we've evaluated several different turning analysis for this, and we wanted to make sure that the truck or the pickup truck could completely idle on the sidewalk while it opened the gate, so it wasn't sticking out into the traffic at all. But also and we worked with Parks on this to situate this gate in a place where the pedestrians could pass through on that side instead of walking around that side of the gate. And so that's really how the placement of the gate and bollards were determined in this area.
Okay. I hadn't thought about the truck idling. That's.
Yes.
Okay.
Good to know the truck idling.
Yeah.
I think overall, the concern here is that this feels like a back of house you shouldn't be trespassing into because of the materiality of the bollards, because of the fact that the pedestrian ramp leads to the gate as opposed to the open bollards. So understanding the pragmatics of the truck parking, I don't know if there's another way that perhaps even the materiality can be thought of, or signage could be incorporated into this wall, welcoming you into the park or directing you to the park entry. Because if I were to land here, I'm like, oh, I took the wrong turn, I gotta backtrack.
Yeah.
So there's something about the urban gesture that is just not getting there yet.
Even this rendering shows it a little, because if you see that child's next to the carriage, they wouldn't be able to pass through that opening together. They'd be too wide. So just something suggesting it's okay might be helpful.
Okay, well, we'll certainly take your comments and we'll talk with, Parks and EDC and.
Maybe it's even just the detailing of the bollards with the red thing at the top. I don't know. I just think.
Okay.
Yeah, something along those lines. Okay, I'm going to summarize. Last moment for comment, last thoughts. Okay. I want to say that this is an incredibly beautiful new park space, not new park space, but like long needed between, in East Harlem. And I think it's very beautiful and fitting that your work deals with justice and equity in the past in a way at the time in this particular site. So I think we all felt that the kind of diversity of uses along it is very successful, and as is the kind of materiality, all of the choices you've made. And so when we next see it, we would like to just see your thoughts on what you can do right here.
Okay.
And maybe thinking about the materiality in that central plaza and like further detailing on your work. But overall, we really applaud this long needed and beautiful project. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, this concludes our meeting, and the public meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you.